Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Saudi Arabia accuses southern leaders of escalating tensions in Yemen as air traffic is suspended in Aden. At least 40 dead and over 100 injured after a deadly New Year's fire at a Swiss ski resort bar. And deadly protests have gripped Iran as anger over the cost of living spreads nationwide. Now, Saudi Arabia's ambassador to Yemen says the kingdom has made major efforts to support peace, stability and the Yemeni economy, but warns those efforts are being undermined by growing tensions in the south. Mohammed al-Jaber accused the leader of the Southern Transitional Council of taking unilateral steps that escalated the crisis, including blocking a Saudi delegation from landing in Aden. Flights at Aden's international airport were later halted, a move that al-Jaber describes as irresponsible and harmful to Yemeni civilians. The ambassador says Saudi Arabia remains committed to dialogue and hopes southern leaders will return to a political solution. For more on this story, I'm joined by Yemeni Deputy Foreign Minister Mustafa Noman. Mustafa, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time. I just actually want to begin with some news that we've been getting through today, and that is, according to reports, they say 7 people have been killed in Saudi coalition airstrikes on separatists in eastern Yemen, and that is today. What more can you tell us about that operation and what's been happening in eastern Yemen?
At the outset, I have to admit and say that the government had no intention, nor the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to recourse to force to take all the forces that the SCC has sent to the eastern provinces of Hadramaut and Al-Mahra and Shabwa. Unfortunately, as any wars, when any wars start, there would be casualties. What I heard the last news I got, that the first camp of that's called Al-Khasha'a has surrendered to the government forces with the support of what's called the Nation's Shield. So there is now a push of the SCC forces from these areas and to oblige them and force them to get out of the location they have occupied during the last few weeks.
What do you make of the recent decisions taken by the president of the Southern Transitional Council with regards to closing the air traffic at Aden Airport?
Unfortunately, the chairman of the SCC, General Aidarus al-Zubaydi, has taken so many measures and decisions that were, he supposed that they are strengthening his position and the position of the SCC, while in reality it was the contrary. He was losing more support even within the southern population, and he was losing more the support he had in the regional countries like Saudi Arabia and the Sultanate of Oman or elsewhere. He was controlling Aden, he was controlling Arabian, he was controlling Lahj, and he was the one who leads all the decisions there, and he was the one who can oppose or let go the decisions of even the president. I'm not sure what pushed him to go to Hadramaut and to Al-Mahra and to get close to a very sensitive area, which is the borders with Saudi Arabia and the Sultanate of Oman. Now we are talking about 700 kilometers of borders between Hadramaut and Al-Mahra, who are part of the Republic of Yemen, with Saudi Arabia. I think it was a miscalculation from his side, and I think that he's going to pay personally. The SCC and the Southern Cause, unfortunately, will go back to where it started a few years ago. All Yemenis have agreed that the Southern issue is an issue of total importance, of top importance to all Yemenis, and that it has to be resolved according to the wish and the will of the southern population. But it could not happen with these steps that he has taken. And he has to admit that he is not the only representative of the South. There are many southern blocs that are not under his umbrella. Now he's trying to impose himself as the sole leader, the sole representative of all the southern territory, which is not true. And now we will see what happens in the next few weeks. I'm sure that he's going to either recalculate his measures or to just be absent out of the country.
What does the STC want? What is their main reason for what you say is in some way a miscalculation in Yemen? What exactly are they looking for?
Their claims are that they don't have enough political representation within the present authorities in the PLC and the government. And I can just say that within the PLC, which is composed of 8 members, they have 3. In the cabinet, they have the majority. They have 2/3 of the majority of the ministers. They have vice ministers. They have deputies. And so they cannot claim that that the South is misrepresented. Now, what they are trying to do is to be the sole representative of the South, which is not true. I mean, nobody can claim that he represents the South, and nobody can claim that the SCC is representing the South. Yes, they have louder voice. Yes, they have militias. Yes, they have enough influence in the cabinet and in the PLC, but that does not give them the right to claim that they are the sole representative of the South and the southern population. And this is where I think Aydrous al-Zubaydi has miscalculated. And the biggest mistake he has made is that he antagonized Saudi Arabia. To get close to the Saudi borders, this is of a top sensitivity to the Saudis and even to Yemen. You cannot bring militias that are not under the umbrella of the Ministry of Defense, that are not under the orders of the Commander-in-Chief of the Army. No country on earth will accept militias to control borders from their side. This is unbelievable and unacceptable, not by Saudi Arabia, not even by Oman, and definitely not by the internationally recognized government. They have made a great mistake, and they will pay dearly for that.
Is the STC a proxy, or is it an organic movement in southern Yemen?
Definitely, it's not an organic movement. That's something that everybody knows. And we have to tell the viewers, now, Aydrous al-Zubaydi was first supported, trained, and financed by Iran. He was in Beirut under the umbrella of Hezbollah. Then he changed allegiance, and he became a proxy of the United Arab Emirates, unfortunately. Everybody knows that the United Arab Emirates are the financier of the SCC. They train them, they finance them, they arm them, and we have seen what the TV channels have showed us. The 2 vessels that anchored in Shabwa, in Al-Mukalla, trying to get more arms to the SCC at this moment. So that shows who's standing behind the SCC and what role the SCC is playing for this country.
And what risks does the STC and a divided Yemen pose to the Arabian Peninsula and to the country itself?
I mean, there are militias. We have to admit them. They don't belong to the army of the Republic of Yemen. They don't take orders from the Minister of Defense of the Republic of Yemen. Even their military attire has nothing to do with the military attire of the National Army. So, they are trying to control the South. They are trying to be the sole representative of the South. They are trying to exploit whatever businesses or treasures or wealth that is in the south. They have been doing this during the past few years, and they want to be there as a sole representative, as I repeat every now and then, of the South, which will never happen. They have to know this, and they have to admit that they made a great mistake because they lost one of their biggest allies, which is Saudi Arabia. The government of Saudi Arabia always supported the southern issue. They always took the side with the southern issue and with the southern population. Now all this is gone because of Aidarus al-Zubaydi's miscalculations. And I'm sure that part of this matter is that it was a personal ambition of him to be ruling the South. What will happen next, and I'm sure that will happen very soon, that he will discover that he's left alone in the South, and he will have no place to stay, and he will have to leave the country.
You've also just said to me a little bit early on, the STC will have to pay dearly for this miscalculation. Can you elaborate on that for me?
Now it's an outlawed entity. They have not taken solitary measures. No, they have led a rebellion against the internationally recognized government. This entity has to be dismantled, or at least that their status has to be changed. They cannot have any militias under their umbrella. They have to be a political entity, and this is something that I've been calling for years, that they have to turn and to convert into a political party or a political entity, and then we will know the real weight of the SCC. We cannot weigh a political entity who has tanks and arms and armored vehicles. This is not a proper political entity. This is what Hezbollah is doing in Beirut, and this is what SCC is doing in Yemen, and this is what al-Houthis are doing in Sana'a. There is no difference between these three entities. They are outlaws. So this is where the measure that SCC have taken, and this is where I say that he will pay dearly for that. He will have to surrender his arms, as we are calling al-Houthis to surrender their arms, as the Lebanese government is asking Hezbollah to surrender their arms. So that this is the only option to bring peace to the south again.
And as we see this tension in southern Yemen, what does it mean for the north of the country, which is where the Arab coalition is currently fighting the Houthis, who you just mentioned?
No, this is one of the mistakes, again, that the SCC has made. I mean, he has diverted the attention of of Saudi Arabia, of the internationally recognized government, of the National Army, from going after the Houthis. Now we have to settle another formula, which is the SCC. We have to know how to deal with them during the next few months. And this will delay the march towards Sana'a, or the march even towards a peace process, because now we are busy with solving this dilemma that the SCC has created. The Houthis are the only winners in this, at least during these few weeks.
And does that raise major concerns for the security of Yemen, that almost you've been distracted from what's happening with the STC and not focusing so much on the Houthis? What does that mean for the country of Yemen and its people?
We already know the miseries and the poverty under which the Yemeni people are living. Now this is adding insult to injury. Now what the SCC is doing is he's diverting the efforts and the attention of the government, of the PLC, of the population, of the business community, from looking after how to improve the situation of the population. Now nobody is even looking at this matter now. Everybody is looking about how can we push the SCC out of the eastern provinces, Mahara, Shabwa, and Hadramaut. He is delaying all these projects, all these plans of the government, and he's just like making us busy looking about plans and ways to get him out of the eastern provinces. This will have a dire consequences on the increase of poverty in Yemen, of famine, of lack of medical services, of the infrastructure, of the electricity. So now nobody is looking at all these matters because of what the SCC has been doing during the past 2 months.
And a little bit earlier, I did ask you if the STC was a proxy or an organic movement. And you did mention the UAE to me. And we do know the UAE is now pulling out its remaining troops. But are you confident that it will stop funding the STC?
I cannot say that I'm confident that the government of the United Arab Emirates would do, but I'm sure that the wisdom of the government of Abu Dhabi and the Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, I'm sure that at one point they will realize that what they have been doing or what the STC has been doing under the name of the United Arab Emirates was wrong, and there are more and much more interests between Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates than this problem of the STC. They have much more common interests. They have common joint borders. They have more security issues that have to be solved in the region. So I'm sure that at one point Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed will realize this, and I hope that this happens very soon.
And what could a united Yemen look like? And is there actually diplomatic means to make this happen?
The Yemenis have decided that the current Yemen as a one unitary country in one capital is not working, is not functional. And we are talking about a federal system. We can have it in two regions. It could be in 3, it could be in 4. But this is something that cannot be enforced, and we cannot be obliged just to follow what the SCC is willing or what the SCC is dictating. We have to sit on a table, but he has to surrender their arms first. I mean, I cannot sit on a table like everybody says this to the Houthis or to Hezbollah. I cannot sit on a table to discuss politics with somebody who has his arms on the table or behind the doors. How can that happen? So we have to have a peace process, but this has to happen when it has to start when the SCC decides that he has to quit the eastern region. He has to stop using his militias as a leverage on the government and on the population. He has to decide this very fast so that we can save lives and we can save efforts, money, and time.
So are you saying that if the STC do disarm and give up their weapons, you will hold serious conversations with them about Yemen becoming 2 separate countries with an independent southern part of Yemen? Is that correct?
No, I did not 2 separate countries. I'm talking about the federal system. No, I mean, if we are talking about secession, that has to be agreed on a table again. I mean, I keep repeating this. It's not a family feud that you can resolve by just talking to each other. There are mutual interests that have to be disengaged. There is one currency, there is one passport, there are embassies. We cannot just say that you want to secede and you let me alone here. No, we have to sit on a table. And as I said earlier, the SCC cannot claim that they represent the South. Yes, there are Southern voices that call for secession. They are calling for a different type of governance system. But this can be discussed, and we can talk about either 2 countries or 2 regions. Sorry, not 2 countries. I have to be very clear here, not 2 countries. 2 regions or 3 or 4. But secession is a totally different story. And the SCC cannot claim that they are representing the whole South, and they cannot claim that the whole Southern population wants secession from the Republic of Yemen.
And what has the response been from the international community to what's been happening in Yemen over the last week or so?
Yes, I mean, so far that we have heard from from Germany, from some other countries, that they are still calling first of de-escalation, and they are calling for preserving the unity of the country and the sovereignty of the country. This is where the Arab League has issued their statement. The Organization of the Islamic Cooperation Nations, they have issued such a statement, and we don't want this. I mean, we don't want another war to happen in Yemen for a long time. We want to end wars. We have to start looking into peace. The United States has come with de-escalation, but the United States is so busy with the Houthis, and they are not really, and they think that this escalation in the eastern provinces divert the attention from going after the Houthis. But in general, most of the Arab countries, if not all, have issued the statements supporting the internationally recognized government, the president of the PLC, and the unity of Yemen. So internationally, regionally, everybody is for de-escalation and for the unity of Yemen to remain until Yemenis decide otherwise.
And are you confident yourself that de-escalation will happen in the coming days?
Yes, it will happen either by negotiations or by force. I mean, it cannot, I mean, this war cannot go, I cannot call it a war, but this battle cannot go for a long time because it is so dangerous. It will be so dangerous for the whole region if it goes beyond a few days or a week or two maximum. Yes, it will create more problems. And so I'm confident we will have a de-escalation very soon, and I'm sure that the wisdom of the leaders of both UAE and Saudi Arabia can reach common ground to stop it.
Thank you so much for your time and for speaking to me today, Mustafa Noman. It was brilliant to have you on the show and your analysis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now, at least 40 people have died and more than 115 were injured after a massive fire tore through the Le Constellation bar in Cran, Montana, which is in Switzerland, early on New Year's Day. Witnesses described chaotic scenes as partygoers tried to escape, while investigators worked to identify the victims. Swiss authorities are examining multiple possible causes, but it could take days or weeks to confirm how the blaze started. For more on this, I'm joined from Cran, Montana by CGTN Switzerland correspondent Julia Hamilton. Julia, thank you so much for joining me. First of all, what do we know about the victims, and have the police actually identified anyone at this stage?
Yes, so the police are working right now on identifying the victims of this fire here in Cran, Montana. The place, the bar just behind me there, remains to be closed off by the police. And meanwhile, people have been coming here, laying candles and flowers and leaving tributes to the victims. So the police haven't identified all the victims right now, of course, because they are still working on that. Forensic investigators, the police and the fire brigades are still here at the scene. And they said that it could take days, even weeks, to identify everybody because some of the victims have really horrendous burns to them. So it's very difficult to identify everybody quickly. But meanwhile, one victim has been identified already as an Italian 17-year-old Emanuele Giallepini. He's been regarded as a talented young golfer who was here at this bar celebrating New Year, and he died in this fire. That's all we know so far of the identities of the victims.
And as we can see, you're currently there, right near the bar where this horrific fire took place. What is the mood like today, exactly where you are? And how is the community feeling? Because I see that floral tributes have been laid, and it seems like a very close-knit community there.
Yes, Crans-Montana is a very small community indeed, just a few thousand residents here. And of course, many people come here for holidays because they have a chalet here or they come for skiing holidays. But yesterday, I was speaking to some of the locals who were saying that they know either a friend or a friend of a friend who knows somebody who managed to escape that fire. So people have been affected in one way or another. And indeed, the mood today is still very, there's a sense of grief and sadness and of shock here as well. So people have been coming to this area very close to the bar, bringing candles, flowers, leaving tributes, some teddy bears. And of course, because many of the victims were very young teenagers. So indeed, this town is in shock.
And we talk about the victims there, and they were young teenagers, of course, visiting this bar, celebrating New Year's Eve. We've heard from a lot of European countries regarding the situation in Crans-Montana. What more do we know about the nationalities of the victims and what other countries are doing to help right now?
Well, that's right. So it's quite an involvement from other European countries, neighboring Switzerland. So, for example, yesterday, a lot of the victims and the injured were taken to nearby hospitals because the local hospitals here in this area, in this canton of Valais, they got full very quickly. So the injured had to be taken by helicopters to Zurich, Geneva, Lausanne, Milan, even to Germany to help treat those burns to specialist units. So, we don't know the exact nationalities of all the people who were in that bar, but we do know, for example, from the Italian foreign minister, that 19 Italian nationals were involved in this, and 13 of them are in hospital and 6 of them are still missing. Also from the French side, we heard that 9 French nationals were injured and 8 of them are still missing. So indeed, there was a very international crowd here in this bar on this New Year's Eve night. And of course, this place is a very popular skiing resort. So many international people come here to celebrate the New Year and to spend their holidays.
And right now, we still don't know the exact cause of the fire. Do we have any more ideas of how this could have possibly started? There are some videos circulating on social media and online about candles that were seen being used in champagne bottles. What more do we know?
That's right. So, yes, the police haven't quite haven't mentioned the exact cause of this fire yet, because, of course, the investigation is still ongoing and they are considering several causes. But there have been some witness accounts and some videos. And in fact, I've seen several videos and photographs where one of the witnesses who was inside, a 19-year-old French national who was inside the bar with 6 other friends celebrating the birthday. And I've seen those videos and pictures, which shows that there were champagne bottles and polytechnic candles on them, which were lit. And you can even see some of the pictures where the ceiling catches fire from those candles. And you can also see in some of the videos, people still standing there taking videos of the ceiling on fire. But some people also started to leave. And then eventually you see videos of this room being engulfed in flames, this orange in color, and people are leaving. So indeed, we have to wait for the investigation to complete to know exactly what started that fire there.
And right now, just on our screens, we can see pictures of a vigil that was held in Crans-Montana for the people who lost their lives. And Julia, how have the people in Switzerland reacted to the news of what's happened at, as you say, this popular ski resort?
Well, actually, the whole of Switzerland is, of course, also grieving and is in shock. In fact, 5-day mourning has been declared here in the country. So that means that all official entertainment programs have been cancelled. For example, yesterday in the city of Lucerne, New Year fireworks were supposed to take place by the lake, as they do every year, but they cancelled this in solidarity with the victims. And so the Swiss president, he also said that this is one of the worst tragedies that Switzerland has ever known. So indeed, the whole country, of course, is in shock and in grief. And people have been coming here to lay flowers, to bring candles, pay tributes on social media here as well. And when you see some people coming here, they're weeping and they're hugging each other. So you can really sense that sadness here among the community.
Julia Hamilton, thank you so much for joining us. It was very good to speak to you. Thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 7 people have died after a boat carrying migrants sunk off the coast of Gambia. The vessel, carrying around 200 people, was attempting to reach Europe when it capsized. So far, 96 people have been rescued. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro says he's open to talks with the U.S. on drug trafficking and oil following weeks of U.S. pressure. Washington has targeted suspected drug smuggling vessels and blocked sanctioned tankers, halting much of Venezuela's exports. And finally, President Trump says he's in perfect health. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal, the 79-year-old expressed frustration over repeated public scrutiny of his well-being. He admitted to taking more aspirin than recommended, using makeup to cover bruising on his hands, and also skipping regular exercise because he finds it boring. Trump has also appeared drowsy during meetings and at times struggled to hear clearly. South Korean President Lee Jae-myung will kick off a 3-day visit to China this weekend, aiming at deepening bilateral ties between the two countries. It comes amid strained relations between Beijing and Tokyo over Taiwan. Experts say China is keen to bolster cooperation with Seoul. Patrick Falk has this report.
Well, one of the most notable things about this visit is that it's the second time Chinese President Xi Jinping is meeting South Korea's Lee Jae-myung in just 2 months. The visit comes at the invitation of the Chinese leader, and it's been described as an unusually short interval between meetings. As we know, this is happening at a time when relations between Beijing and Tokyo are really at a low point after Japan's Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi suggested Japan might intervene in any possible attack on Taiwan by China. So analysts are saying China wants to reinforce relations with Seoul. It's also doing so before the next summit between the leaders of South Korea and Japan takes place. Earlier today, South Korea's National Security Advisor Wee Sung-lak spoke about some of the potential areas of cooperation between the two sides.
We will pursue win-win cooperation that leverages each country's comparative advantages and expands shared benefits in areas directly related to the livelihoods of the Korean and Chinese people, including supply chain investment, the digital economy, venture startups, the environment, climate change, people-to-people exchanges, tourism, and response to transnational crime.
South Korea is also eyeing warmer relations with Beijing. The Lee administration has stressed the importance of restoring ties with China. Under the previous administration, Seoul leaned closer to Washington and Tokyo and was vocal in its criticism of China. Notably, on Friday, South Korea reaffirmed its position on Taiwan, saying it respects the One China policy, acknowledging Beijing's view that Taiwan is part of its sovereign territory. But there are still complex issues between the two countries, including the stationing of nearly 30,000 American troops in South Korea, aimed at least in part to curb China's military assertiveness, as well as countering any threat from North Korea. On North Korea, Lee hopes Xi will help facilitate dialogue with Kim Jong-un. He's seen here visiting a mausoleum to pay respects to former leaders together with his daughter Ju Ai. She's been making increasingly prominent appearances in North Korean state media, fueling speculation she may be in line to take over as the country's 4th generation leader. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Now, Iran has warned that American interference in protests taking place across the country risks sparking regional chaos. The comments come after Donald Trump took to Truth Social, writing, "If Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue." At least 7 people are reported to have been killed in the latest demonstrations as Iran suffers a record currency fall against the US dollar, with inflation now running at around 40%. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington, D.C. by Negar Mortasabi, host of the Iran podcast and senior fellow at the Center for International Policy. Negar, thank you so much for joining me. First of all, the protests across Iran are the biggest in the country since 2022, when the death of Mahsa Amini triggered nationwide demonstrations. So why are people out protesting this time round?
Thank you for having me. As you suggested, this sort of the spark of this came from the heart of Tehran's economy, the Grand Bazaar, with shop owners and merchants essentially going on strikes, closing shops, and then turning that into street protests. And then it spread across the city in Tehran and across the country in many cities, as we have seen. Inflation, sharp decline of the value of the Iranian currency against the dollar, and just unbearable economic situations that have really impacted everyday lives of Iranians was the spark of this. But we can't just say these are economic protests. I want to emphasize that this also goes to sort of the core of the governance. People see years of mismanagement and corruption in the country, also in the shadow of very severe economic sanctions. And all of that has delivered an economy that is just not working for the Iranian middle classes and working classes, while it also enriches a small group of elite. So there are people who actually benefit from this type of economy, and sort of that division in the society also adds fuel to the anger.
And what do you make of President Donald Trump's warning to Iran that the U.S. Army is locked and loaded and ready to go in regards to these protests that are happening?
I think it's absolutely irresponsible and reckless. First of all, I don't think anybody believes that the U.S. Army is ready to protect the rights of Iranian protesters, peaceful protests. We don't really see that happening even here in the United States. In fact, we see the opposite against peaceful protesters in the United States. And so this is definitely a political move. It's a political statement. It goes in line with the president's maximum pressure policy against Iran, which he started in his first term and then the second term. And it's in the sort of the backdrop of what we saw in the past few months with the Israeli attacks on Iran in June, the 12-day war that the U.S. also joined in attacking Iran, and now the threats that have been coming. I think obviously the off-ramp for both sides for getting out of this cycle of conflict would be diplomacy, but unfortunately there seems to be a deadlock on diplomacy as well. None of the two sides are willing to meet the other halfway, and I think this sort of statement from President Trump is very much related to that scene, the kind of impasse that exists with diplomacy and not so much a care for Iranian protesters.
And as you say, you feel it's irresponsible what Donald Trump has said, but reports suggest protesters on the streets of Iran are actually calling for the overthrow of Ayatollah Khamenei. If the US does get involved again, is a regime change actually likely to happen in Iran? Because you mentioned the 12-day war to me, and when that was happening, there was a lot of talk about regime change.
I think that's a little bit misguided, because I want to separate the internal dissent from what's happening as far as a foreign threat. And this is not just an abstract. We've seen examples across the region of Iraq and Afghanistan, Libya. I don't think this kind of military attack from the outside, sort of bombs falling from the sky, is really going to help the internal problems of the Iranian people. Now, the Iranian people obviously can decide their own fate, their own governance, and their own future. But we really haven't seen, especially with the U.S. boots on the ground military attack on countries in the name of nation building. You know, that was what was supposed to happen in Afghanistan, in Iraq. We don't really see that. And also put this in the backdrop of the entire region. This is not going to be limited to a conflict between Iran, Israel, and the U.S. This is going to very quickly spread to Iran's neighbors. Iraq has already been involved, countries in the Gulf, the rest of the Middle East. Iran is one of the most largest populous countries in that region. If this conflict gets brewing in Iran, it's definitely going to spread to the region, bring more instability, more conflict, and just much more consequences as a result of that. So I don't think any good is going to come out of this if we add a military attack from the outside to an already chaotic situation in Iran.
Okay, so military intervention is not a good idea. So right now we're seeing these protests across Iran, and people are, as you say, really struggling because inflation is so high. The economy is really suffering. Iran has sanctions on it. So what's the answer to get the country back to a stable place and for Iranians to actually live a normal life, to make money and to be fairly safe in the country?
Well, ironically, if we want to get to a place, like you're saying, of peace and stability, not just for Iranians, but also for their neighbors, everyone across the region, the path forward is not conflict. Of course, first and foremost, the Iranian leaders are responsible for the future of their own country, of their people. So trying to pursue diplomacy, less conflict in the region, less destabilizing of their own situation, of their neighbors, and also approaching the U.S. to try to resolve this conflict situation, which comes with very severe economic sanctions, through diplomacy. Of course, first and foremost, their responsibility. But on the U.S. side, if the U.S. also wants to help, more pressure, more conflict, more bombing, more war is not going to help the situation. The result on the ground, the Iranian economy in shambles that we currently see, yes, it's first the responsibility of their leaders, but it's also a result of very severe years of U.S. economic sanctions. So ironically, if the U.S. wants to really help the Iranian people who are paying the price for these economic sanctions, that's going to be the path, to pursue diplomacy with their own goals, but then also with an end goal where that you would remove this economic pressure from Iran, from the Iranian people, and get to a place where diplomacy and sort of peace and stability is the goal, and not just more conflict in perpetual cycles of bombing or more war.
Nigar Mortazavi, it was brilliant to have you on, and your thoughts. Thank you so much for your time. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Chinese electric car maker BYD is set to overtake American giant Tesla as the world's top EV seller. This would mark the first time it has outpaced its American rival in annual sales. BYD says that sales of its battery-powered cars rose last year by almost 28%. The cost of many electric devices could go up this year, and that's because of the increasing price of RAM, which has more than doubled since October 2025. The meteoric rise of AI data centers is thought to be driving the prices of RAM up as makers struggle to meet demand. Turning to all the sports news now, when Venus Williams will become the oldest female tennis player to compete in the Australian Open main draw at the age of 45. The seven-time Grand Slam champion has received the final women's wild card for the January tournament, which does kick off on the 18th. And Man City is falling behind Arsenal in the title race. That's after the football team was left frustrated in a 0-0 draw at Sunderland on Thursday, leaving Arsenal with a 4-point lead at the halfway mark of the Premier League season. A reminder of our top stories. Saudi Arabia accuses southern leaders of escalating tensions in Yemen as air traffic is suspended in Aden. At least 40 dead and over 100 injured after a deadly New Year's Eve fire at a Swiss ski resort bar. And deadly protests have gripped Iran as anger over the cost of living does spread nationwide. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to a special episode of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios. Now, tourism in Saudi Arabia is going from strength to strength, breaking records every year, both in terms of domestic and international tourist arrivals and tourism revenues. Well, 115 million tourists, domestic and international, brought in around $75.5 billion last year. Well, as visitor numbers continue to rise, the demand for hotels is only going to grow, in line with Vision 2030 goals. Well, today we are joined by Sir Rocco Forte, who is the president of Rocco Forte Hotels, one of the most iconic names in luxury hospitality. Well, the group, which is headquartered in London, operates hotels across the United Kingdom and Europe. And in December 2023, Rocco Forte Hotels entered a landmark partnership with Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, which acquired a stake of 49%. Well, Sir Rocco Forte, thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. You agreed a deal in December 2023 to sell 49% of your family's hotel chain to Saudi Arabia's Sovereign Wealth Fund. What was the rationale for that deal with the PIF?
Well, I decided because I had members of my family who had interest. When I first started the business in 97, my father invested a bit of money. When my parents died, my sisters, I have 5 sisters, one Olga who works with me, the others didn't. They all inherited shares in the business and they had no involvement in the business, so they kept complaining about this. And so I thought I should find a way of taking them out. And so I'd seen there's some transactions in the market which were quite attractive. So I said to Rothschilds, who were my bank, let's see if there's anybody interested. And we sent out a teaser to about 20 companies. And PIF came back straight away and said, yes, we're interested. We're only interested if we can deal exclusively with you. We don't want to enter into an auction. So we sent them information. They made an offer which was attractive to us. And we went ahead. And the negotiations took, I suppose, about 6 or 7 months to come to completion. And so they invested, not only they bought my sister's shares, they invested money into the company as well, which significantly strengthened our balance sheet. The money invested was really to enhance our growth capabilities, but we've also used it to catch up in our refurbishments programs, which were delayed by the COVID period, which was 2 years of basic survival for me. And Of course, it raised our profile in the world, this deal. PIF are a long-term partner. They look long-term into the future. We're a family business, and I have that same outlook. They're not a fund that comes in and out, and wants to turn a profit in the meantime. And so they're the ideal partner for us. They're very good partners. Obviously, they've invested in a huge number of companies around the world, of which we're one. And they're very supportive, and we work well together.
Okay, so 2 years on, you'd say it's been a good arrangement.
Yes, very good, yes.
Okay. What are your plans for opening new hotels in this region, the Middle East, in particular in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, we've done most of our development in Europe and a lot in Italy in recent years. And we're opening in Milan, on Via La Spiga, the Carlton in Milan, in a week's time, in fact. And most of our development pipeline is in Italy. Obviously, with a deal with PIF, it makes sense for us to come into this part of the world. And obviously, there are a lot of developments taking place in Saudi Arabia, and we're looking, and we're close to a deal on one of them on the Red Sea, a hotel which has been developed in the Red Sea. And obviously, you were talking earlier about tourism development. I mean, they really hit it in a big way. And they're building a huge number of hotels in a lot of different destinations with a view to becoming, an international tourist destination. I mean, the fascination of Saudi Arabia is it's so diverse. It's a huge country. They've got mountain regions, coastal areas, and of course, Riyadh is going to be one of the biggest centres in this part of the world, if not the biggest, with a huge growth in population, and a lot of hotel development is taking place there as well. So obviously our partners are keen that we should be involved, but I'm keen also because I think it's very exciting what is happening there.
You first went to Saudi Arabia, I gather, in the mid-1970s. I'd just be really curious to hear from you what you've witnessed in terms of change during those 50-odd years.
Well, I hadn't been back much in between. In the old Trust House 40 company, we had a management contract in Riyadh, and I went with the guy responsible at the time, very young man, to meet with the owners, and that was my first impression of Saudi Arabia. It was very different then to what it is today, and I think what is happening in Saudi Arabia today is quite visionary, actually, and the drive and the enthusiasm that's been created is, quite amazing. I think, Riyadh today reminds me a little bit of New York in the 80s. There's a sort of electric atmosphere and a can-do approach to things. And of course, the encouraging women into the workplace has had a big effect, and that's the main difference. You see, we were briefly involved in a hotel in Jeddah about 10 years ago, and there's a huge difference between then and now in the whole field of Saudi Arabia. And it's, of course, the vision of one man who's actually making that happen. So I've never met him, but he's a bit of a genius. And the interesting thing, there's a leader of all the various tourism development projects, and he gets involved in a lot of the detail, even down to decoration sometimes. I don't know how he has the time to do it, as well as being, getting involved in the international affairs of the country. And they all say, of course, it's wonderful to work for someone who's instigated a thing, and he's going to be there to see it come to fruition.
Where do you see tourism in Saudi Arabia in the year 2030? Because that's the next big sort of milestone year for the country. Where do you think tourism will be at that point, in 5 years from now, let's say?
Well, it's difficult, but I mean, with the developments going on, obviously there's going to be a lot of new hotel accommodation and rather wonderful hotels in wonderful locations. They're building up the internal infrastructure, which is, is still probably behind the level of development that's taken place on the hotel front. Internal flights and so on. There's a new airline happening, which will be the sort of top-end luxury airline coming in from all over the world. So all that has to happen and continue to develop as it is now. And I think then there's no reason why Saudi Arabia shouldn't be one of the major tourist destinations in the world.
Let's talk a bit about your hotel group. Your specialty is luxury hotels. I'm told the typical size of a Forte hotel is between 80 and 120 rooms. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a sort of a magic formula behind a Forte hotel? What's the secret sauce?
Well, I think there are a number of aspects, and today there's all the major groups becoming bigger and bigger. Marriott has 34 brands, Accor has 50 plus. Four Seasons has moved from being a 40 hotel company to 140 hotels, and they become, I suppose, rather corporate in their approach. I think we take an individual approach to our hotels. Each hotel is different. Each hotel has to be authentic, relate to the location, and we have to create a bit of magic in what we do for the customer. People ask me what luxury is about. Well, luxury is different for every single person, using this in a different way. So we've got to understand our customers and understand what they want as individuals. We're not a supermarket. We're a sort of bespoke tailor, if you like, in the service that we create for our customers. And that's what I focus on. The other thing, I think, everybody in the luxury sector is expected to give good service, but I think we have a sort of warm and friendly approach to the service we give, and that to a great degree is because there's a family involved, not only owning the business but involved in the detail of running the business. I started off with my sister Olga, who's still very much involved, and she oversees the decoration and so on of the hotels. Although we use plenty of outside designers now, but she guides them to give the hotels the feel that we want. And then my children have started getting involved in business. My son is now, Charles is doing the development, and he's driving that forward very, very fast. And he's much more familiar with this part of the world than I am now, because he's been here quite a lot, and we're looking at a number of potential projects. Hopefully in the next year or so you will start hearing about these projects in more detail. So there's this factor of family means that people in the business know who they're working for. They know they're working for individuals, customer, and the care that we want to take place in relation to the customer. And it feeds through, and it creates a different atmosphere from a big corporate organization. I think it makes our hotels very special.
Of course, this is a region where the family business model is particularly prominent and visible, isn't it?
Yes, to a great degree. I mean, obviously, family business can have a bad reputation in the sense that they're not up to date, they're not well organized, and so on. I have a terrific executive team in my business, and my children who work in the business fit in as part of that team. They're not sort of separate and running that. So
you've actually
it works very, and there's great atmosphere. People who come work for us from different organizations, and some of the bigger organizations I mentioned, say, it's wonderful working because everybody's closely integrated, closely in touch. Everything is transparent. There's very little politics, if any at all, and so it's a very nice atmosphere to work in.
I was going to say you've answered my question about succession planning, because it sounds like your children are indeed already picking up the reins and being groomed up, it would appear, for eventually running your business. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, in due course. I mean, I think obviously they're quite young, my children, at the moment, and there will probably have to be an interim transition before we get to them. But I'm in my own mind, I have a clear idea of how that's going to happen.
We don't have very long left, but you were born in the United Kingdom.
Yes.
You spent most of your life there. And I just wondered, because I know you have been active and vocal on the political scene to a certain degree, what you make of the current state of British leadership and the state of the economy, because we're seeing an increasing number of people moving to this part of the world. What do you think's behind that?
Well, because we've lost a sort of sense of enterprise and encouragement of entrepreneurship. We've got more like the European Union, where government intervention and new laws and regulation have slowed everything down. Labour laws make it very difficult for employers. In Britain, we've got a new labour bill coming through, which will allow the unions to already rampant to run wild, and take us completely back to the 70s. So I remember the 70s very well. I'm old enough to be working at that time, and the country was a disaster. Everybody said it had no future, and then along came Mrs. Thatcher and changed it. And since her, basically everything's gone downhill ever since. The Conservative governments we've had have been sort of not proper Conservative governments, of the middle ground and all that, and that's led us to the current government we have, which is a socialist government, doesn't understand business, talks about growth, but everything it does is against growth. So I'm very negative about the UK at the moment, unfortunately, it's not clear this government will last its term because it has a huge parliamentary majority, although it didn't have a big majority, only 34% vote in the country. But it's not clear what's going to come after them yet, and that's the big question.
Okay, well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Sir Rocco Forte, President of Rocco Forte Hotels. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And thanks to you for watching this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Al Arabiya English. Do stay tuned.
A strategic chess move or a dangerous game of risk? Israel has become the first and the only country to recognise Somaliland as a sovereign nation. And in doing so, it has inserted itself into the centre of a complex geopolitical choke point. We'll debate the implications. That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, it's been a year since Tasaru, which is fully owned by the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, became a strategic investor in the global chauffeur service Blacklane. Well, during the 12 months that have passed since this partnership began, Blacklane has seen an 8-fold increase in revenue in the kingdom, and there are plans for Blacklane to expand its presence to new cities with a fleet of high-end vehicles and highly trained drivers. Well, Blacklane's ambitions mirror many of the ambitions of Vision 2030. We're going to speak now to Dr. Jens Wolthoff, who is the co-founder and CEO of Blacklane. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you for the invitation, Tom.
Now, we are very much focused on Saudi Arabia on this show, and Blacklane is, of course, a well-established ride-hailing company with a strong presence in Saudi Arabia. A strategic investment has been made in your company by the PIF-owned Tasaru, and I wonder if we could start by talking about that. How does the arrangement work?
So it's an investment into our global company with the focus to allow us to invest deeply into Saudi Arabia, and working together with Tasaru and other local partners to really bring also the mobility side of Vision 2030 to life. I think we have the right ingredients at hand. Now we're lucky to also have the right partners on our side, and that's why a year ago that investment happened and really made us scale.
Okay, I mean, some people will know Blacklane, others might not. Just tell us a bit about what sets Blacklane apart from some of the other well-known ride-sharing services.
So Blacklane is a global premium transportation provider, and we are serving a chauffeur experience. So we are calling ourselves a chauffeur service. And that means really comfortable vehicles, luxury vehicles, well-educated chauffeurs that are steering those vehicles, welcoming the guests. And it's a very reliable, consistent, just great service that you can enjoy around the world. We are in over 50 countries, over 500 cities, have established a large presence in North America and in Europe in the first decade of our existence. And since a few years, we are doubling down on the Middle East.
Now, you're speaking to us from Riyadh, and I just wondered whether you could tell us a bit more about your operation in Saudi Arabia. And what sort of a fleet size are we talking about there, first of all?
We are talking by now about hundreds of cars that we have in our fleet. It's rapidly growing. Just in the last 12 months, we have 8x our revenue, so grew it by 8 times, and it's a challenge to keep up with that pace, also in terms of vehicles, but especially, as mentioned before, especially on the chauffeur side, because this is the maker and breaker of the experience. So we are really putting a lot of emphasis in upskilling our chauffeur base here in our chauffeur academies, training them to the perfect standards, so that it's always consistent, reliable, and that's what the country has needed.
Okay, let's talk a bit about your business model now. I want to ask you, I mean, are you working with third-party providers? Are you hiring directly? Just tell us a bit about how that side of things works.
So we are working with third-party chauffeur services that are partnering with us, but we are basically taking the whole capacity onto our platform. It's dedicated to Blacklane. They will only run on the Blacklane under the Blacklane brand umbrella, and therefore we are making sure that every detail is being controlled, especially on the service provider side, on the chauffeur side. That's why we put so much power into the chauffeur academies.
Okay, so that's the service side of things. Let's move on to talking about the product. What sort of cars are you using there in Saudi Arabia? And are we talking about an increasingly electric fleet? Tell us a bit about that.
Well, that's part of the kingdom's vision. That's as always part of Blacklane's vision as well. Throughout the Middle East, we are pushing for electric vehicle uptake. In markets such as Dubai, where we started a little earlier, we have already reached electric vehicle share of 100%. So every car that Blacklane provides there is electric. And here we are also making great progress. We've started with 0 a year ago. We are now at 25% of all rides happening in KSA being in an electric vehicle. We have partnered just recently up with Lucid. So we are bringing a lot of premium Lucid vehicles into our fleet. We have Mercedes electric vehicles. So these sorts of cars and brands are the ones we are using. Also Mercedes S-classes, combustion engines still, BMWs. So really luxury vehicle brands that you can hire on the Blackline platform. But we are pushing very hard on the EV adoption side. That includes actually also that we invest into the infrastructure, because that is the challenge. And so we have partnered with EVIC as well here in KSA in order to bring up more charging stations to feed our growing fleet.
Okay, so you say your growing fleet does in fact contain some Saudi brands. Is the idea to grow that even further?
Absolutely, absolutely. We are just at the starting point. We have just launched the partnership with Lucid. So those 25% of rides can only be seen as a starting point.
Now tell us a bit about who is a typical Blacklane client. Who are you aiming at? What's their profile?
So typically it's a frequent traveler. That can be an individual, that can be a corporate user, that can be a passenger from an airline or a credit card holder. Those that often need mobility and often need comfortable, reliable and consistent mobility, those are our typical customers. That can be an hourly booking to go around the city like in a roadshow style. That can be part of an event to go there with your family, but often typically also the airport ride, both in the origin of the flight and in the destination of the flight. City to city is a phenomenally quickly growing part of our offering here as well. So going from Jeddah to Mecca, for instance, or Riyadh to Dammam, those are really racetracks for us, because we are filling a big gap that was there before.
Now, one thing we talk about quite often on this program is the rising number of tourists visiting Saudi Arabia. I'm wondering if those rising visitor numbers are translating into greater demand for services like yours.
100%. Like the investment that the kingdom is pushing into this the tourism sector, also into the luxury and premium tourism sector, be it hotels, but also the big events that are driving this. This is becoming a very, very attractive tourist destination as we speak. And that's a huge surge that we are also feeling in our numbers. And given that we are actually have been around for quite some while now and are well known in North America and Europe, so all of those customers are very happy that we are now growing our presence here. They are used to the brand, they are used to the quality of it. So it's a win-win for all sides.
Okay, so what you obviously offer is a service that's vastly superior to that of the average ride-sharing platform that people will be used to. But a lot of those companies that I'm thinking of are actually setting up premium services of their own with skilled chauffeurs and premium vehicles. We're starting to see more of that, not just globally, but also the regional players as well. And I'm thinking to myself, isn't that potential competition for you guys?
I'm welcoming every competition because it only shows that we are operating in a very attractive target market and a market segment, and every competition helps at the end the whole industry to become better. It's good for the customers. We are not planning to lose our competitive edge on the quality side, so we are constantly improving and developing, evolving also our chauffeur training standards. And that's the reason why our customers are coming back so frequently.
Okay, I want to ask you now a bit about doing business in Saudi Arabia. What's been your experience and how have you found things, particularly in terms of regulation?
I'm surprised and really impressed by the hospitality, the welcoming culture that we are facing here. So it has been not difficult at all to get in contact with the right people, with the right organization, with the potential right partners. There is a huge appetite for a service like ours. And if you think about this mobility offering that we have, pretty much everything that moves needs to close that gap of bringing people from A to B. And Therefore, we are seeing a huge potential target market and closing partnerships one after the other. Regulatory-wise, also super supportive because we are really offering something that progresses the development of the sector. We are evolving it together with the investment also of Tazaru Mobility Investment. Obviously, we also have the honor to help to always have a helping hand to steer us, especially in the earlier days, to steer us through the system. And it has not been a challenge.
Okay, just before we wrap up, I wanted to ask you whether there was any update on a potential IPO for Blacklane, because in 2019 there was some discussion of a planned IPO. Just wondered, where are we with that?
Yeah, that was just a year before that pandemic hit our world. So that obviously has influenced quite a bit in the travel space and us being a travel player as well. So we are keeping our options open. Since COVID, we have grown phenomenally fast. Not only here in KSA, but also globally. We are seeing huge growth numbers. We're saying thanks to the financing round that is a year ago, that has happened a year ago. We are having all options on the table and all the flexibility. So we are focusing on continuing to succeed with our business model, to grow as fast as we can without compromising the quality level. That is the brand promise of Blacklane. So let's see.
All right, you're keeping your options open by the sounds of things. No update or no date yet as such?
No date, no confirmation about that is the path. Any other paths, this is totally open. We are just happy that Blacklane is developing so well.
Okay, let's wrap up our conversation. You've mentioned Vision 2030 a few times during this conversation, and I wanted to ask you to summarize how you see the alignment between your mission as Blacklane and Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. Where are you seeing the convergences?
Yeah. So they are actually very close together. We are pushing for a sustainable future of mobility, and that's part of the vision. It's about developing the mobility space, evolving the premium luxury mobility space. It's about innovation in general. We are heavily empowered by technology, and we are applying a lot and learn a lot also here from that market. And we are upskilling our chauffeur base. And we are talking now about hundreds of jobs we are creating, and in a few years we will talk about thousands of jobs that we are helping to get into our industry. It's a high quality job and very attractive in many ways. So we are going hand in hand with that ambitious vision, and we are happy that also Blacklane has the same level of ambition.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Wish you all the very best with your ventures in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Jens Wolthoff, the co-founder and CEO of Blacklane. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you so much for the invitation, Tom.
A strategic chess move or a dangerous game of risk? Israel has become the first and the only country to recognise Somaliland as a sovereign nation. And in doing so, it has inserted itself into the centre of a complex geopolitical choke point. We'll debate the implications. That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
If you are watching this report on TV or on your mobile phone, you are committing a sin. And if you take part in political activity, as a candidate or as a voter, this is forbidden. And never keep photos of yourself at home or allow anyone to take them. New York, the dazzling city known for its nightlife, its crowded streets, and the Statue of Liberty. In all its modern lifestyle, its urban sophistication, its fast pace of life, architecture, and advanced technology, and yet only about 300 kilometers away from New York, lies the state of Pennsylvania, which is home to the largest Amish community in the world, a religious group that has voluntarily given up modern freedoms and abandoned contemporary technology in order to preserve their traditional way of living. Our team boarded a train from New York to Pennsylvania on a special mission to learn more about this group in a journey that felt like stepping into a time machine. This Christian community stands as a clear example of people who willingly hold on to their old beliefs, choosing freely to remain committed to a way of life built on traditional farming and handcrafted work. They continue to follow these long-standing practices with intention and devotion, quietly setting aside the modern developments and technological changes that surround them in the world today. But how far can a community cling to the past in a world ruled by technology? Pastor Gregory welcomes us into his church to share his experience living among the Amish and how their beliefs differ from the Protestant Christianity followed by most Americans.
They're just people that are living like in another time frame. Most people, we go with the flow. When cars came along, we gave up our horses. When cell phones came along, we gave up our landlines. We just go with all the technology, but they have held back on that on purpose. I think because they want to have a slower lifestyle, more thoughtful lifestyle, more contemplative, and not be influenced by the things that go with these advances. It's a mixed bag. There's blessings in the technology, but there's also some dangers as well, and they try to stay away from that.
The Amish believe that good deeds in this life lead to salvation in the next. Unlike most Christian churches, baptism is not done at birth, but at the age of 18. At that age, one chooses whether to remain with the Amish community and be baptized, or leave it with no ties.
Well, I was born Amish till I was 5, and then my parents changed to the Mennonite church. Playing with cousins wasn't a problem at all. Children get along with children. But when you get into adults, especially my grandparents, they were really strict, staunch Amish. We didn't eat at the same table with them. I remember one time we had one big table, but they put a divider down the middle. Mom and Dad sat over here, and then the rest of them. What I do now is just respect their way of life.
And the people are generally very personable. They don't like their pictures taken, but they will be willing to talk to you. A man named Sam Stoltzfus. He lives here in Gordonville, Lancaster County, next to the church where I pastor. But this man is a resident historian for Gordonville. He's written Lancaster County Amish History is one of them. And he recently, well, I think it was 2016, he said, he took a trip to Germany. And he has pictures, and it's like a travel log of his experience in going to Germany. So things don't get collected. People give me notes, and I write notes, and I put the envelopes in.
Pastor Gregory arranged for us to meet his Amish friend, the historian Samuel, who agreed to speak only if his face was not shown, as photography conflicts with Amish beliefs against portraying humans.
We don't believe in having our photographs taken because of the graven image. 10 Commandments, second commandment. We have 350,000 Amish people in North America. They're scattered all the way from Montana to Delaware to Virginia or New York State. There's Amish people in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi, Then there's also beachy Amish. They don't drive cars, but they have tractors. Almost 40,000 Amish people in Lancaster County.
The Amish are known for their distinct appearance. Men grow beards but shave the mustache, and women cover their hair and dress modestly.
We always wear plain clothes, plain suits, plain shirts. Now, we don't always make our own clothing. We buy some. You can buy some tailor-made. And the dresses, the girls wear white before they're married. Organdy, we call it. Then when they get married, then they wear colored dresses. The white dress, when you get married, is laid back, and that's their funeral garb. Or when a lady gets to be 35 and not married, then she'll switch over to colored dress.
The Amish trace their origins to the 17th century, when a Swiss spiritual leader named Jacob Ammon founded the movement, aiming to return the church to its original teachings and old religious traditions, believing the Mennonite church had strayed from them. Ammon also wanted a simple, humble lifestyle aligned with the teachings of the Bible.
The Amish people came here in the 1700s to Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, at the same time that many other people were coming, Christians who were experiencing persecution in Europe. William Penn and others had purchased land here and made land available for them to come, where they would have religious freedom, freedom to teach their children, have their own schools, and live like that. Many of them were farmers and stayed to be farmers throughout most of their life and throughout the history of Lancaster County.
They all came from Germany and Switzerland, Europe, and they all taught Pennsylvania Dutch. And that's English and German and Dutch together. So that's why they taught Pennsylvania Dutch.
It's very interesting how at that time, back in the 1700s, that the communication got from America to Europe that, oh, there's freedom here, and why don't you come and live here? But many of them did, and records exist of boatloads of immigrants coming from Europe to America, arriving in Philadelphia, moving westward as land became available.
We've been keeping that pretty well. Our church services are in Pennsylvania Dutch and German. Always in Pennsylvania Dutch and 50% German. Our scriptures are in German. Our communion services are in German. So it's just something we've always kept.
The Amish prefer to have their children schooled in their own private schools, and that is permitted here in Pennsylvania. Usually their students go to about the 8th grade, do not go to further higher education. Some of them might continue into high school.
We've seen this from day one. We started our own schools in 1928 because the sports were taking over and they wanted the Amish to go to high schools, and we didn't feel that was very necessary. Well, we have to go to school till we're 15. In 1956, that was a big issue. Finally, they got together on how they were going to do this, and now they have a 14-year-old school. After you're through the 8th grade, you go to 1 year to that until you're 15. And then they teach German, farm economics, and things like that. The ladies will learn cooking, housekeeping, which they have anyway. They knew it anyway.
Nowadays, the ministry taught more English than High German. It makes it easier for everybody. But they still use a lot of German too.
Amish girl will go to Amish school, and when she gets out of school, she can be a helper when she's 15 or 16. If she's a helper for a year or two, she has the groundwork to be a teacher. They don't all make it, but 90% of them do. They do a good job.
Their schools are usually taught by a younger single lady, And they do have a training, although it's very short, a training program for their teachers. And when they get to the point that they might marry, she should no longer continue teaching, because if she's married, she should be living at home, taking care of her children.
The Amish face many challenges, including the high cost of land, which pushes many away from farming toward working in shops. Here in the central market, young men and women sell their local products, attracting visitors from all around.
I grew up in Lancaster. I think the market's such a great part of our history. It's actually the oldest, largest continuously operating market in the country. So that's like a really cool thing.
The Amish today work with other people. They participate in community activities, especially with local fire companies. All of our fire companies are volunteer. The Amish have lovely farms, and they have farm buildings, barns, and they need protection, and so they cooperate with other people in the community as well.
Here's a fire company. The Amish help a lot at the fire company.
Some people confuse the Amish with the Mennonites, as both share European roots and have similar beliefs. They are essentially spiritual cousins.
I'm not Amish, we're Mennonite. We're not quite as strict. We all have electricity and telephones, but we don't have cell phones and no computers. And we don't have the beards, and the dress is a little different. We all drive horse and buggy too. Now there's some Mennonites that drive cars. There's a lot of different groups of Mennonites.
We always work together with the Mennonites. So if it goes to the worst, it comes to bat. Sometimes those people will step up for us, which gives you a good feeling. We do a lot of comforts for MCC. It's sort of a quick put-together blanket, quilt. Ukraine, Jerusalem. They send a lot of stuff over to those cities. People don't have enough to eat or have enough to wear.
The Amish maintain strong social and economic ties, especially with the Mennonites. The Amish refer to anyone outside their community as outsiders, regardless of background.
It's a mix. They'll use our services as English people. They will use our technology, our transportation when they need to, but they rely upon themselves mainly for their day-to-day living in their home life. Some of them actually have vehicles, but not for their own purpose. They use it for business purposes. I work for a hardscape company up in New Holland, where the owner had 3 big diesel trucks. He had cell phones, he had office computer equipment and so forth, but he himself would have to be transported by a driver to get to the job locations to give the estimates and then to check up on the work.
Amish buggies differ in shapes and types and uses. There are summer buggies, winter buggies, family wagons, cargo wagons, and more. Power companies used to show us some of his personal buggies.
Go through the there's blinking lights, the headlights. This is actually my buggy here. I use this quite a bit in the summer. They are head and base. Helps a little for the rain too. You look around more and gets you a good ride.
We believe in using horses and on the road and in the field, because if we would start buying cars and buying tractors, we would go way too fast. Our young folks, when they get 16, we get them a horse and a buggy, and that's the way they travel.
Amish like to stay as a community. They have very strong families, and so they don't drive cars because that would take them away from their family and away from the community, perhaps into a city where there might be other influences that might not be to the benefit of their families. And they've kept using horsepower for their farm work as well. And so you'll see horses out in the field pulling plows and different kinds of equipment all the way.
Packing up the dreams God planted in the fertile soil of you. Can't believe
it can add up to the price of a car when you have a horse and buggy together. They have different upholstery. He said they can have seating, front row seat, you have a back row seat. So the single guys, he was just going to have a front row seat. He didn't need a back row because he wasn't married.
But we'll keep you close as always. It won't even see you go.
The buggies all have halogen bulbs now. In the last 20 years, they got much brighter. The headlights and the tail lights, so you can see them. The boys that ride scooter, I meet a bunch of them going to work, 5 or 6 of them going to work in the morning. And they have a light they put on their hat so they could see, and then they have a flashing light in the back for safety.
Among the Amish, forgiveness and rejection of violence are core values, to the extent that they do not join the army. Even so, their punishment is harsh for those who break their rules. For example, if members violate Amish church guidelines and refuse to confess or leave the group, they face expulsion, which in their community is called shunning, as happened with the Miller family.
They keep their horse feed in here. Chicken leg into it again.
You go into an Amish-owned store to buy something, they won't take money from you. You have to lay it on the counter, and they'll pick it up. They won't take it out of your hands. They'll ride in a car with ex-Amish, but you're not allowed to drive. They can't. I have to drive because I was never baptized in the church like my parents were. So it gets a little touchy, I guess.
'Cause our hearts in we'll keep the love that keeps us strong, and friends of friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, and a friend will not say never, 'cause the welcome will not end.
They have mud sales every year, and they could have $5 million coming in. They sell everything imaginable, household quilts and farm equipment, and they sell horses some places, and quilts could bring over $1,000 for quilts and auction them off. But because it's a fundraiser for the fire company, they don't mind paying twice as much as what you would maybe buy it at a store. You might get 5,000 people showing up at the sale. English and Amish, they go together, and Mennonites and sell buggies and horses.
And we got the Wilbur out of a 35.
Mud auctions, as they are called among the Amish, are one of the major traditional events in their culture. These auctions are held every spring with many community members and neighboring groups participating. They sell many items including handmade furniture, farm equipment, horse-drawn wagons and local foods. This event is a chance to raise donations and also a special social occasion where Amish people and visitors meet to enjoy the auction and exchange stories and experiences.
A harder life, riding a bicycle, pushing a scooter, which would use one foot on the platform, and the other foot they use to push. I mean, it's a lot harder. It's slower. It's a slower life. And I said to one Amish lady, you know, you're kind of away from the world, kind of a thing. But she said, you know, but we're still tempted. We're still tempted. We're still, you know, it's part of life. Not that all of it's bad, but it has its influence. It changes things. So I think as long as they're able to maintain their independence to some degree, they'll be fine.
You on my side, Ben, or not? 22 now 5. And now 22 5. So $22 straight down the middle. Number 100. Number 100. So $22 left side.
The Amish are a very important part of Lancaster County culture. They contribute in many ways to our history and our culture now today. We like having the Amish in Lancaster County.
They are people that add to this area and make it unique. And if we lost the Amish, Lancaster County would be just like anywhere else.
But in this case, from birth, the announcement was made that Jesus is a Savior, a deliverer. In fact, his very name means salvation, means Savior. They shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sin.
For many, this community misses out on much of life's pleasures, but as the Amish say, sometimes the simplest things in life are the best.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
A strategic chess move or a dangerous game of risk? Israel has become the first and only country to recognise Somaliland as a sovereign nation, and in doing so has inserted itself into the centre of a complex geopolitical choke point. We'll debate the implications here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. It has its own government, army, currency and passport. But for 34 years, no other country recognised Somaliland's existence until Israel broke that status quo.
I express my wholehearted appreciation to the State of Israel for its brave decision, which reflects both historical continuity and confidence in Somaliland's demonstrated commitment to peace, stability, and responsible governance.
Our friendship is seminal and historic. So I'm very, very happy and I'm very proud of this day, and I want to wish you and the people of Somaliland the very, very best there.
The self-proclaimed republic sits in a strategically important position on the Gulf of Aden. Through its recognition, Israel may be aiming to secure a foothold in the Horn of Africa and counter Iranian and Turkish influence in the region. But like all gambles, it's a risky move. Israel has potentially isolated itself from important regional actors. And more broadly, the African Union warns it could encourage other regions to secede. So on this episode, we'll ask, why has Israel made this move now? What are the broader international implications? And is Somalia heading for domestic unrest or, potentially, civil war? Joining us for this discussion is Ahmed Abdihadi, a Somalian political commentator who's a regular contributor for RTN Somali TV. Tobias Ellwood is back with us, former British Middle East Minister and Conservative Member of Parliament. And rounding out the panel, Awale Shirwa, Horn of Africa political economic analyst and former Minister of Planning and National Development for Somaliland. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us here on Counterpoints. Well, Somaliland unilaterally declared its separation from Somalia in 1991, but in the following 3 decades, no other country had recognised its autonomy until now. Perhaps that's an indicator of just how complex and how fragile the geopolitical situation is in the Horn of Africa and in the broader Red Sea region. So, Awale, let's start with you as a former Somaliland minister. Why now? Many countries have liaison officers, say, in Somaliland, including the UK, Ethiopia and Turkey. So why do you think Israel felt the need to take this further step?
Thank you very much, Melinda. And I'm glad the sentence you started. And I start with correcting that, because Somaliland did not exist from 1991. It became an independent country from 26 June 1960, and it got recognition from Britain. So we should establish that, and then it voluntarily united with Somalia, which was Italian Somalia. So we have to establish that, and in 1991, self-determination, it decided to withdraw the union. So that is first what I would like to contribute. Indeed. Your second question, which you said, why now? So first of all, the good answer always comes from the country that grants the recognition. So that is, but probably what you want me to discuss is what I think is the reason. Israel knows why it granted recognition, and it's a very important country in the world. But this is what I would like to share with your audience. The current president, Mohammed Abdullahi, who is a democratically elected president, came to power 1 year ago. The past 35 years, every president, every government appealed to international community in different parts of the world. We reach out to the Muslim world. We started with Somalia. We had negotiations with Somalia. It didn't end. It didn't result. So we moved to the other Muslim world, to the Arab world, to the global, and that continued for the last 3 decades. I come to the now. The president, when he got elected, he wrote to the 40 head of states, directly appealing every one of them to look into the conditions of Somaliland and really grant international recognition. One of the responses came back from Israel, and I think that was the key, and that should be credited to President Abdurrahman Erro, that he appealed to 40 head of states.
But if 40 head of states were appealed to and only Israel is the one that took it up, why do you think Israel wants to recognise now. It could have done it 34 years ago.
And that is another thing. I think Israel was one of the first countries that recognized in 1960 Somaliland. So that is a history that is still there. But what I would like to establish, a view that I want to share with your audience and with you as well, recognition and non-recognition of a new state is invariably political decision, not legal decision. States extend sovereign recognition to other states based on perceived strategic national interests. And I think why Israel now grants international recognition is exactly that. Is because it's a strategic decision that Israel sees the time is right to recognize Somaliland now, because it is also its interest.
Okay.
Strategic interest.
Ahmed, what do you make of that? Is this purely a move by Israel for its own strategic interests?
I think it's that way because Israelis wanted to get foothold in the Horn of Africa, particularly in the Red Sea, which is a strategic place. And also after recognition, according to the Israeli media, they wanted to establish military surveillance as well as intelligence infrastructure within this corridor. So I think this is the fast move of Israeli government to get foothold in the Horn of Africa. But the wider implications, I think, is not that good for Somalia, the motherland, and the Somaliland in which my friend here is trying to secede from it. Because this is encourages extremist groups. It's also, Somalia is socially structured on clan identity. So within the main clan that lives in Somaliland, there's also other clans that are not happy with succession and the recognition of Israelis. Also, religious extremist groups are there also. Some of them, maybe hundreds of them, has been recently cracked on or arrested by the Somaliland government. And as you know, this region is extremely fragile region. So I don't think this is a prudent move by Somaliland to seek recognition from Israel, as also is the many countries in the world sees as it's a pariah state, a state that's implicated in mass murder of Palestinians. So I don't think that doesn't help the current situation in Somalia as well as in Somaliland.
Tobias, you've visited Somaliland in a political capacity, and as Awale rightfully pointed out, Britain does have a historical past in that region. So give us your perspective on why Israel has taken this step to break the status quo, so to speak, now.
Yeah, I think you highlight two very important but slightly separate questions here. There's the pursuance of independence by Somaliland, which is clearly a long-term project. And then there's the sudden decision by Israel at this moment in time to suddenly say, we now support Somaliland as an independent state. I think the only country in the world to do so. And it's useful to perhaps take those separately. We started off quite rightly by looking at the history, and much of Africa's history is somehow tied to British engagement and control, and Somalia and Somaliland is no different. The key date, I think, is 1960, when both British and Italian parts of Somalia became independent and merged into what we see today as the one country. But when I visited, it was clear that there's a massive feeling of independence, of autonomy in the various parts of the country. It is a federated structure anyway, similar to the United Arab Emirates, in fact, where you are. So, you know, Puntland, Jubaland, the Southwest state, for example, they all have their own separate parliaments. They don't have their, I think, their own presidents as well. So, and on top of that, you must overlay the chaos that's caused by a very corrupt Mogadishu, a very corrupt central government, and, of course, Al-Shabaab, that's taken full advantage of the chaos, of the absence of good governance, security as well. Somaliland has been interesting because it's managed to exist in an autonomous state, to do well, to look after its own. And so it clearly wants to advance in that direction. I see greater autonomy should be given as a first step before you talk about a breakaway Somaliland, giving, in a similar that Scotland in the UK, for example, got more powers to run its own affairs. That, I think, is a logical step to take the world with you. What we've now seen is Israel make this decision, and then immediately the world has condemned this. The neighbors, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, the African Union itself, China has also weighed in. There's only a single country, I think, that's sort of stood up and said, well, that's not a bad idea. And that's Prime Minister Netanyahu's friend, Donald Trump. And that takes me very quickly to say, why is Israel doing this now? I think this is what we call in Britain a dead cat. It's a deliberate throwing something on the table to get us all talking about something that isn't Israel. Because if you think of the pile of problems that Israel's currently facing, why would they wander into another foreign policy announcement such as this? We know what's going on in Gaza, how difficult that is. We see what's happening in the West Bank, problems of a Palestinian state. Interesting that they won't recognize a Palestinian state, but happen to recognize something else. And then, of course, the challenge with Iran. So Israel's things coming over the hill, affecting them, are enormous. And yet here they are, making a decision, throwing out there just to keep us busy and I think distracted from what is actually going on in Israel, in Gaza, West Bank, and so on.
Let me really intervene there. And what Tobias is saying is if Britain and international community want staged phases, the world has 34 years. Britain had 34 years to listen to Somaliland, to talk to Somalia, to recommend that stage you're talking about. But what I would like to say here is that when a state is recognizing another state, it always looks at its interests. The United States last night on the Security Council stated that correctly, and it said Israel is looking at its interests. And what I would like to hear, I'm not defending the Israelis' interests here. What I would like to present is a country, Somaliland, has done 34 years what you expect from any country, recognized or not recognized. Elections, stability. I will not comment on what Ahmed talked about clans, because Somaliland really, Nobel Prize winners, James Robinson, who got Nobel Prize, wrote in his book what Somaliland did, no other countries did, how we did conflict resolution. So Somalia will not lecture us how we deal with resolution, community and clan issues. So we are in a different league in that sense. But what I would like to establish here is Somaliland has been patient for 34 years. So we go back to the Melinda's question, which is really important. Why now and why it matters? I think there are a few points I would like to share quickly, which is the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. Somaliland sits, as you all know, at a straight choke point. And in Djibouti, in Horn of Africa, this is contested area. So many forces and powers. So it is no-brainer that every country, major country, important countries in the region and wider, want to have their footprints in there. So therefore, countries are looking their interests, Israel is looking into their interests. But we are not sitting here, Somaliland, we're looking into our interests as well. We're not engaging these dialogue and these agreements to make disruptions. We believe in actually the opposite. We believe recognized Somaliland will gain more formal, will gain more intelligence, will gain more material. So it will contribute more stability. And I think Israel also has calculated, it will probably, and Somaliland has calculated, there will be short-term backlash from regional actors like Turkey, Egypt, and probably, but that is a low-cost diplomatic backlash, and Israel knows well that these countries are fragmented. They don't have unified interests. So we have to focus this. Okay, I will give...
All right, because Tobias, I see that you want to interject there.
Yeah, I simply say that I support the long-term determination, strategy for Somaliland to become independent. I declare that now, and I couldn't say that as a Foreign Office Minister because it wasn't British policy. But I like the idea of Somaliland being able to stand on its own feet. the strategy, if I may humbly say, has gone awry, because what you've not done is lobby, I think, the right countries, nor offer what would be a plausible direction of travel for the whole of Somalia. When you just want to break away and become independent, clearly Somalia itself will be weakened overall. And therefore, having a strategy that allows all parts of Somalia to grow with you, that would be a logical strategy for the area. Because I'm sorry, on the face of it, Israel suddenly, out of nowhere, saying, I support your plans to become independent, actually smack of simply signing up a hopeful ally so that Israel can take on the Houthis just across the water in Yemen. And that may be right, or may be wrong, but that's the optics that I'm afraid look very, very clear at the moment. If you want to go down this direction of travel, then get the support of other regional allies, Muslim countries as well. Israel calling out right now, I just think, make it very clear, this is Prime Minister Netanyahu, is a very clear direction that he's trying to take. As I say, what we say in Britain, a dead cat, a distraction from us focusing on what is going on in Gaza, what's going on in the West Bank, what's going on with Iran. We know that area is all in trouble. And suddenly now, what are we talking about now? We're talking about Somaliland.
Ahmed, let me bring Ahmed in. Is Israel using Somaliland, just as pawns in their own games, as Tobias is saying?
I think that is a reasonable explanation, given not only the war in Gaza, but domestically, the Prime Minister Netanyahu is facing legal as well, political domestic challenge within the country. So he wants to channel his problems. That was even the case of his attack against Iran. If you remember back, he was implicated in the Israeli court system. But apart from the Somali structural fragility, which every country can do whatever it likes to do. Nevertheless, I see this is not wise for Somaliland people because if you want to secede from Somalia, there is established international laws to do so, which is to sit down with the mother country, negotiate with them, and then after negotiation, strike an agreement, and then go for popular voting or memorandum ways as other countries did. Today there is 1,000 or 800 secessionist groups, so the world cannot accommodate all these groups to form states. So I think people in Somaliland needs to just step back and ask the question: is Israeli recognition of Somaliland a good starter? I think it's as more problematic maybe than what they are about to drive from their recognition.
Okay, Awale, a right of response from you?
Melinda, first of all, this myth that we didn't approach the right approach that's coming from Tobias and Ahmed, I think it's not true. Somaliland has tried the last 34 years in different routes, international, even UK, Turkey, Djibouti. There were dialogue with Somalia. We tried. Somalia couldn't really respect the basic preliminary agreements that has been agreed in these meetings. It has going on for 12 years. So that the world must hear this. Somaliland has tried it. It didn't work. So you cannot hold hostage for 6 million people for 34 years while we see what's happening in Somalia, that they cannot even still held an election. They cannot even have a government beyond their city, which I'm not happy. I'm not saying that. I'm not burying that. But I mean, you cannot hold 6 million people who really fulfill all criteria, who tried to talk to Somalia, because now in front of these two gentlemen, I can confirm as a former minister, we tried different formats. Even we tried negotiation under a not neutral host, which really was pro-Somalia. So I have to establish that. Apart from that, what I would like to conclude here, Melinda, is Somaliland is what is now the attention it's getting. It is not something else. It's geography where we are in the world. We were located in a very important position. The Britain and the West and the world ignore Somaliland despite all the good things we have done before. We can no longer be ignored. In the multipolar world, where competing powers are competing in our backyards, in our corridors.
But are you happy to have Somaliland be used as a pawn by Israel, if indeed that is what's happening?
Our government and president and minister of presidency clearly answered that question. We went to Israel, to other countries, the same question. So we didn't go with a different question. The same question that Tobias probably used to see when he was a minister, as a UK minister, that's the same question. So that if we get the same answer that we should have get from Britain, which is granting recognition that we need it, we deserve it, that is what we got. The implication is something we can discuss. And as Somaliland, there is a responsibility on our shoulders now that we shouldn't be using it as weaponize it as a strategic proxy war or that kind of. We must try our best to do our homework well.
Okay, I want to stay on international topics just for a little bit longer, and then we are going to go into more of a domestic focus. But because we've been talking a little bit about the geopolitical situation, Israel's recognition obviously comes at an extremely fragile time, both in the Middle East and Eastern Africa. Given Somaliland's strategic location, Israel's move does have the potential to upset the balance of power. The African Union, Saudi Arabia, Egypt and Turkey, amongst others, have warned that it could have a destabilising effect across the region. And importantly, it could disrupt, according to regional analysts, control of key shipping lanes that also serve as a route to transfer arms to various places, such as Sudan. So, Tobias, you were talking about distraction, destabilisation. Is Israel bringing fire to a powder keg of this region? Is Israel trying to provoke a conflict?
Whether it's trying to provoke a conflict or not, as I say, I'm saddened by Prime Minister Netanyahu's ability to think strategically. I mean, we've discussed this in previous programs where his superior utility of force in Gaza didn't really lead to any political direction of travel. It was just pure destruction for the sake of it. And now we see him signing up to support Somaliland's push for independence. But all this will do is actually potentially bring war to Somaliland. It's a possibility now that the Houthis will target Israelis, Jews, or so forth, those connected in Somaliland itself. So, as your question implies, it could certainly make the Horn of Africa more dangerous. And then there's Iran as well, is trying to counter Iran's influence. There's an absence of grand strategy as to what you do about the Red Sea region, which, again, as your question implies, seems to be a conduit for weapons and fighters to flow in and out of Eastern Mediterranean and into that neck of the woods. And then, of course, further down, we've got that whole basket case of Sudan as well. So this is a very, very difficult time for East Africa. I would humbly say to our friend from Somaliland, I'm sorry that Britain didn't do enough in my time to listen to your genuine requests to pursue independence. I wish I could have done more. But you're not in good company now with Prime Minister Netanyahu. You really are not. But we're now discussing this. It's back on the international spotlight. So perhaps this is the moment to take advantage of this and offer a potential direction of travel, to make your case again, because the world is now looking very carefully at where on earth Somaliland is on the map in many cases, in many diplomatic corridors, and why you pursuing this, have been pursuing it since the 1990s.
Ahmed, what do you think? I mean, is there, avoiding domestically, because we will come to that in just a moment, but do you think that Israel has maybe miscalculated here, maybe not considered, as Tobias has said, the broader implications of what its recognition could mean for the region?
I don't see Israeli miscalculated. Prime Minister knows exactly what he's doing here. He's trying to make more conflict in the Horn of Africa, which is already full of crisis and conflicts. So he adds the fragility to another fragility. But the question is not the decision by Israeli or the move by the Israeli Prime Minister, is the response by Somaliland elite and Somaliland ruling class, including my friend here. They shouldn't take this bait, and this bait is very dangerous. And I would like to ask my friend a question, which is like, after Union in 1960, the main reason you are trying to secede from Somalia was a moral question, in which the military system brutalized Somaliland, particularly Hargeisa. If that was the motivation that you are looking for secession, why you are now making a company of Benjamin Netanyahu, who is implicated in international justice system and courts and implicated in genocide in Gaza? How you morally make an argument of this?
Wale?
Yes, first of all, I just, as an individual, I have to make it clear that I am not happy, I'm not pro what has happened in Gaza. I feel sorry for Palestinian people, and it's not right what has happened in Gaza. That is, I have to put, I don't want to politicize that. So that's something personal level. The other thing, I don't want to go back.
But this is a politics. This recognition is politics.
So what we need to see, Mr. Ahmed, is basically Somalia, as you know, had 34 years to talk to Somaliland to come to some sort of agreement. The arrogance of a government that is only imprisoned in Mogadishu refused to respect a country flourishing democracy in Somaliland, to talk to them respectfully. I was a government minister. I'm an academic from London School of Economics. I have been talking and following these developments for many years. So Somalia is really squarely to blame whatever happens in that region in broader sense. So what I want to come back to the world and Tobias and international community is this. Instead of blaming Somaliland, the steps that it has taken now and making warnings what could happen, the international community has still opportunity to really forcefully intervene, recognize Somaliland, offer genuine recognition, talk to Somalia, talk to the African Union, Arab world, and genuinely come on board. You cannot ask people to go back where you sit and make no progress. And as Somaliland, there is a responsibility that they should shoulder, which is they should really ensure they should not contribute more disruption. And then Somaliland government made it clear that their intention is not that their country be used a launching pad for any proxy war in the near future. So therefore, I leave Melinda, if I want to conclude that, the world, I think the US is already showing a leadership as not condemning Israel. And also we have to establish Israel is also seeing that a lot of international countries like Britain and France and other countries are recognizing Palestine. So therefore, the right to self-determination becoming an important point for international community. So therefore, double standard of Western countries, I don't want to use this as individual, but in the Western countries, there is a double standardness that sometimes they respect self-determination and good governance. At the same time, they now telling us not to move forward.
Mm-hmm. Tobias, go ahead.
Yeah, I listen very, very carefully to what you've just said. And again, I have sympathy. I would say, this might sound slightly shocking, but I couldn't count more than 5 members of parliament in the UK Parliament that understand Somaliland's history, that understand the fact that the British were involved. This was very much today it has its own political system, its own government institutions, its police force, its own currency even, its history, that dates back to the 19th century under colonial rule. The British parliamentarians, indeed the British public, don't understand that. The fact that this was a British protectorate that until 1960, as I said earlier, very much looked after its own. There is a powerful case for Somaliland to claim pursuance of independence. I reiterate that, unfortunately, you've now allowed Israel to jump into bed with you, and that's alienated an awful lot of countries because of that. And now the focus is, we're all talking about it, it's an opportunity. There is a massive opportunity here now for Somaliland to rekindle, I think, their strategy, which must go through the United Nations to say we are going to make the case. It must also go through Mogadishu too, to say let us have our referendum. Let us, in the same way we had in Scotland, to allow the Somaliland people an opportunity for them to declare. And when it's done above board in this manner, then international support will be behind you. But when you see Israel, I'm afraid, I support Israel's right to exist. Absolutely right. They've had their democracy in one of the most difficult parts of the world. But the current leader, I'm afraid, it does not have Somaliland's interests at heart, in my view. Somaliland is being used for what could be of advantage for Netanyahu in his battles against Yemen and indeed Iran as well. So there's a chance here. There's an opportunity here to revisit a strategy, to gain greater support. But that starts with educating congressmen, members of parliament across Europe and elsewhere on the United Nations Security Council to show that there is a genuine claim, because of your recent history, for Somaliland to become independent.
I just would like to ask. So, as I would like to ask Tobias, does his government, Israel, does it has embassy in United Kingdom? Does it has relationship with the United Kingdom?
Yes, it does. Yeah, it's a very active embassy, and there's a large Jewish community here in the UK as well, separate from the Israeli community, but linked, by the Jewish faith.
Yeah, but how credible is that? Because US didn't expel Israeli embassy, it didn't shut down, it didn't close diplomatic ties, and a British official or former minister is telling us don't engage politically with Israel. How credible is that?
I'm not sure where you got that from. You cannot break engagement. What you can do is stand up to what Prime Minister Netanyahu is saying. That's very different. Nobody's saying break contact and goes that against all the rules. You require back channels. You require greater understanding. You require conversations to actually take place. But also you require to speak publicly when you think, even if it's your friend, including the United States, including Donald Trump, you have to speak out if you think they are wrong.
Mm-hmm. What would Somaliland refuse?
I think
what would Somaliland refuse? I just want to hear from Tobias. They offer us a recognition which the world, the Western world, Arab world, and Muslim world refuse it. They offer us that recognition. Put your shoes in our shoes, in ourselves. What would you refuse? In short.
No, you're absolutely right to raise that question. If a country like Israel suddenly declared support for the big conquest, the big issue that you've been working on for the last, 40, 50 years, of course you're going to welcome that. But the realpolitik here, I think we've discussed here, is very, very difficult indeed. I just hope that your eyes are open to the difficulties that support from this particular individual has. It comes with baggage. And I'm simply saying, fine, you've got to deal with that. You can't turn it away. What you can do is take advantage of the spotlight, of the fact that we're discussing this, to now rekindle your case to the various components of the United Nations Security Council and indeed the General Assembly, to say we have a genuine argument here, separate from what Israel has said or is doing.
Mm-hmm. Ahmed, what do you want to add?
Yes, I would like just to say that I have been writing for a long time in a support for Somaliland, not the cause of secession of Somaliland, but to look back the history, the brutalization of the former regime and all this. I'm not happy with the policies and the orientations of the current federal structure in Mogadishu, where I am now. But the logic or or the question that you right now appeal to the former British MP, that you were one time in history our master, therefore you have to recognize us back, I think that won't help. Even in the case of Israel, if you remember, British was one of the instruments that enabled Israel to be a state in the Middle East. I know it's true that the way Benjamin Netanyahu runs Israel is not the way humanity or the region accepts, would like to be the case. But we would like to come to the domestic questions, which we should be careful about this. Somaliland structure is, as I said, is based on clans, on clan structure, a clan identity. And only one segment, I'm sorry to say that, only one segment, the main central segment, is the one that drives the passion of secessionists. Both in other parties, they are unionist, pro-unionist. So I think before appealing to Israel or to the international community or to British or another country, we first sit together and talk and fix our problems. The way you are trying to say that we had negotiations and then we failed, that was not the case, because the last negotiations we had in Djibouti, you are the one who reneged and got to Ethiopia and signed with MOU, which set a motion of another crisis in this country. So I think the ruling class, educated class of Somaliland, should use logic, not emotions, to address the problem within Somalia.
So basically, quickly, Ahmed, I think as an academic, I think I regret that you are going into the clannish differences. Let me tell you, I am from Awdal, and you are trying to imply that Awdal people are not pro-Somaliland, and we should avoid these kind of...
But Awdal people are pro-union.
Let me tell you,
research.
I would like to tell you this. If Somalia even wants future talks with Somaliland, they should avoid this kind of cheap and divisive strategy to divide and rule. So that is, you cannot speak when somebody like me who is hailing from this community, that you can use that techniques to divide them and incite each other so that you can gain your political objectives. That you shouldn't do that. Well, we should do it. We should discuss the broader lines where we can share prosperity, we can work together, Somaliland, if we can have a dialogue. That was something we can discuss. But to discuss clannish, I think I disagree. I'm from Awdal region, and I think it's good for Somaliland. It's good for the Awdal people. We might have our internal differences. We might have some political differences, but I mean, we are from the same country. So what I would like Melinda want to conclude here is we're discussing much about Benjamin Netanyahu and his policies and what he hasn't done good and whether he's a good leader. I'm here to discuss about Somaliland, what we can offer to the world, how we can leverage this recognition, how we can ensure that it doesn't lead to more disruption, how we can mitigate the backlash from regional backlash from Turkey, from Egypt. So that is Somaliland has responsibility to reach out these countries and to address their concerns, whether it's the Middle East or in other countries, and we are doing that.
Mm-hmm. We've veered into a little bit of domestic territory. So let's move on to the final segment of our debate here, because I think that it follows on nicely. The Somali president, Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, has said that Israel's recognition is a threat to domestic security, but also stability in the Horn of Africa. And as we've been discussing earlier, the African Union has warned that it could encourage other secessionist moves. Let's take a listen, first of all, before we get into this final segment of our debate, to Somalia's permanent representative and what he had to say at a special UN meeting recently. Let's take a listen.
This act of aggression is aimed at encouraging fragmentation of the territory of Somalia, which is the northwestern region, is an integral part and is destabilizing the Horn of Africa, entire Horn of Africa, and the Red Sea region.
Ahmed, is there a real concern that this will destabilise Somalia domestically? Is Somalia strong enough to weather this current domestic storm?
No doubt. This will extremely destabilize Somalia. And it's also adds the implications of the extremist groups which are active here in Somalia. Daesh, Al-Shabaab, they use this religious appeal and, propaganda messages to, gain support to raise funds for their cause. But I am not sympathizing with the president because I believe he is a part of the problem in Somalia. His policies, his lack of vision and his lack of uniting people together, and his lack of studying and understanding the passion of Somaliland people to get away of these 35 years old challenges is the one that contributed entire of this failure. So he should be blaming himself. I don't give him any sympathy regarding to this, but no doubt that Al-Shabaab, extremist groups, clan identity, clan hatred, all this will be weaponized to stabilize in Somalia more.
Shall I intervene?
Please.
I go ahead?
Go.
Well, I think if we expect any disruptions or any destabilizations, if that can only happen if the partners that are opposing this recognition are gonna weaponize and arm other people to disrupt this. So I think we should warn against that, and international community has responsibility to intervene in that aspect. Within the Somali communities, I don't see this will lead to more internal fighting, because Somaliland and Somalia has been separate entities for the last 34 years. So within Somaliland, this will not cause more problematic. What I foresee can happen is other countries that could probably become more present in the region, and that could lead more clashes between these forces. But I'd rather see a Somaliland government getting recognition, become more increased capacity to safeguard the 800 long coastline, which already it safeguards with limited resources, with more technological advances and cooperation, security cooperation with international community, with Israel, with US, with UK. I see there will be also positive contributions. But the international community, if they are concerned that there will be repercussions, I think there is an opportunity that they could intervene now. They could talk to the regional who are not happy with the new developments. They could mediate. They could contribute more support, whichever possible to the situation.
Tobias, you don't look convinced.
No, this is a difficult subject. In a positive way, it's good that this is now being discussed. Quite rightly, there's been an absence of, I think, informed discussion at the right levels, at the United Nations, as to what should happen, not just in Somalia and Somaliland, but in the Horn of Africa. And I say with some sadness, my government, should be doing more. We've cut our aid budgets because there's pressure on domestic matters in the UK. The United States has done the same under Donald Trump, withdrawing international aid right across the world, including the Horn of Africa, including Somaliland, including Somalia as well. And that simply gives greater space for insecurity to grow, to corruption and so forth to thrive, and not to be able to focus on strengthening the country itself. So the international community has turned a blind eye, and this was led to where we are today. So I stress this perhaps is an opportunity now that light is being shone upon the region for some cognitive thoughts about where the region should go, because continuing down this road, simply with now the international community in the region split over whether or not to recognize Somaliland or not, and the potential of extremism to take advantage of the void in leadership, will simply take that part of Africa into a very darker place.
there have already been, even though there have been celebrations, there have been protests against recognition as well. So, Awale, I mean, how do you bring all of Somaliland with you if there are already protests against this?
Well, I mean, just like...
And I know that you and Ahmed sort of touched on that earlier, but that must be a domestic concern.
Melinda, we should emphasize that, like in any other countries, whether it's Britain or Saudi Arabia or any other countries, I mean, we have our issues sometimes. We have some disagreements, whether it's political or social or anything else. So we don't live in a perfect world. So it's unfair that some people can point out any specific incident or any conflict. What I see is 6 million people who patiently waited for this moment to get a recognition. The jubilation and celebration the world has seen was phenomenal, was something unseen, and also we have to again revisit that these people has been living in a volatile region for the past 34 years. I have been a planning and development minister. With limited resources, these people has been paying a tax, has been accepting rule of law with a limited government provisions. And this is what the world should recognize. These people, you cannot turn your eye and say it, you can no longer benefit from this recognition. What the world and international community should do is really revisit the quest for recognition and really do something about it and get serious consultation with Somaliland. In terms of local protests, what I can tell you is Somaliland is really very happy. Somaliland is really trying even. This is the first time I've seen that the different segments, what's the religious, youth, women, people from diaspora are really united and really, even journalism. This is the first time I see 100% unity that people are saying, yeah, we deserve this and we have to protect this. And this is something they are very strong about it. And it will be very wrong that the international community suggests that it is a wrong that Somaliland really taking this with both hands. And I can confirm, Somaliland, I've never seen in official discussions or informal conversations that Somaliland ever discussed that they will harm the interests of the neighboring countries, Somalia, Yemen, or anywhere else. I have never seen as a minister, and I have never seen as an individual. And that's something that the world should hear it and value it.
We're almost out of time, so I just have one final question that I'm going to put to all of you just to give us your brief opinions. The African Union has warned that this could spark other secessionist movements throughout the region. Ahmed, let me start with you very briefly. Do you think that is likely?
I think that's likely, and that encourages not only secessionist groups, but also extremist groups. Because if you know, Al-Shabaab and Daesh also wanted to create Somali territories within the Islamic State, which is out of international governance system or orders. So I think, despite all these facts, what Somali people in general, Somaliland and Somalia, Federal Republic of Somalia need is to have a good leadership that not engaged with sentiments, emotions, but with reason and wisdom, and try to find a way to be part of the world together, or if they wanted to separate and secede to each other, use the international recognized means of diplomacy and negotiation. But I don't see these types of approaches or policies will help Somalia or Somaliland or the Horn of Africa or in the world, as the world is today global.
Mm-hmm. Awale, what's your take on that warning from the African Union?
African Union, I think, produced conflicting responses. I mean, we had a fact-finding mission somewhere in early 2000, which really visited Republic of Somaliland and confirmed and established it. It's an exceptional case. And I mean, African Union had long argued that recognizing for Somaliland or any other country will lead to Pandora box. We have seen South Sudan, we have seen Eritrea. It has never led to a Pandora box. And I think Somaliland meets that the charter that African Union always refer, which is that respecting the colonial borders. Somaliland has a colonial borders, which it gained from Britain in 1960. So I don't think this will lead to more domino effect, other problems, conflict. I don't see it for that. And I think the African Union, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tobias, round us out. What's your opinion?
Yeah, as I say, I've repeated a couple of times, the spotlight's now on Somaliland. My humble advice would be to invite a delegation from America. Donald Trump, I have to say, I don't agree with much of what he says or does. He does have a way, though, of shining light on problems, of going into a particular area and shaking things up a little bit. But you need to take the international community with you, and that's not happened here. That's clearly the opposite has happened by Israel moving forward on its own in this way without discussion. I mean, Israel, most countries in the West, or Western connected, normally discuss these things behind the scenes and then make an announcement together. We saw that with Palestine. This isn't the way Prime Minister Netanyahu operates. So my advice would be engage with the White House, with the State Department, invite them to Somaliland to then do a report on saying, how can we look at this issue, all the jigsaw pieces, and say what would be best for long-term security? That, I think, would be perhaps a way out of where we are today.
What about a knock-on effect? Do you think this could encourage other cessationist movements?
Well, it will do, unless it's done in a structured method. It could be that there isn't a case for autonomy, that when you look at the pieces, America says, actually, this will destabilize. But if it's done in a way, I mean, we haven't discussed Finland, for example. They've also declared independence as well. Is there another model which, like, as I say, the Emirates model is very interesting. They're separate kingdoms that work together to stay as one unified country. That perhaps is a stepping stone that you could go towards.
Okay, very, very briefly, Awale.
Why, Tobias? We have an example precedent here. The South Sudan didn't lead to any further fragmentation of other countries.
But the method and the way was different from here. Then start a separate state recognition. We know the way.
No, we have even a stronger argument than South Sudan. We were a state. I don't know if you were. Right? We were a state recognized by 34 countries. So, I mean, I think nobody has an answer for that, Melinda. I can assure you. South Sudan didn't lead any defragmentation. Nobody can tell you that. It's a justification to stop Somaliland. I don't think it will lead to more problems in Africa.
It is a really complex topic, and your analysis, all three of you, has been very illuminating, and we really appreciate all of your points of view here on Counterpoints. Ahmed Abdi Hadi, the Somalian political commentator, thank you for being with us. Tobias Ellwood, former British Middle East Minister and Conservative MP, and Awale Shirwa, former Minister of Planning and National Development for Somaliland. Thank you for your contributions. And as always, we appreciate your company on this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to keep up to date of our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next episode.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Toronto. Home to about 2.7 million people, Toronto is Canada's largest city, and the sprawling city filled with distinct neighborhoods offers a diverse mix of attractions to see, places to visit, and destinations to check out. Perhaps the most popular is the Niagara Falls, one of the 7 wonders of the world. A highly recommended way to see the famous falls is through the Maid of the Mist boat ride, which allows you to get right up close to it and immerse yourself in its enormity. Another popular site is the Dundas Square, often compared to New York's Times Square. The place is often used in the production of popular blockbuster hits because its setting is quite easy to film in. The city is also quite popular for its lineup of major art museums. The Art Gallery of Ontario, Toronto Gallery of Inuit Arts, and the Gardiner Museum of Ceramic Art makes Toronto a burgeoning art community. Great art alternatives can also be found lining the streets of Queen West, Ossington, Queen East, and the Distillery District. Every year, the art scene in Toronto is also taken over by contemporary artists during Nuit Blanche, an all-night arts festival that runs from dusk till dawn. You'll also want to walk by the Graffiti Alley in the Fashion District, Toronto street that's legally tagged with an entire walking tour of murals by local street creatives. There's also the Distillery District, a cobblestone and usually carless street, featuring industrial houses that feature galleries, fashion designers, and artisan food products. Toronto is also host to an entire lineup of alternative dance and music fests. Some of the most popular include Digital Dreams, Electric Island, and Mad Decent Block Party. In June, travelers flock to the 17-day festival called Luminato. The Four Seasons Center for the Performing Arts is the place for opera and ballet shows. It is home to the Canadian Opera Company and the National Ballet of Canada. You may also want to try hiking or biking to the Toronto Islands nearby. It's just a ferry ride away. Plus, you'll get to see the city skyline at sunset. The sandy beaches are worth the trip, and the eclectic Wards Island is an interesting community to explore. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Australia enforces a world-first social media ban for under 16, sparking mixed reactions from teens and parents. Zelensky insists Ukraine is ready for elections, pushing back after Trump accused Kyiv of using the war to avoid them. And Trump hits the campaign trail with fiery attacks and bold claims on the economy. Now, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has hailed his country's move to ban social media for children under 16 as world-leading as the law came into force today. Many teenagers took various platforms to bid farewell and mourn the loss of access to them. It could be the first of many crackdowns as more countries look to rein in big tech in other parts of the world. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who joins us from Surrey. Isabel and Dr. Ellie, great to have you on the show with me this evening. Dr. Ellie, I'm going to speak to you first about this ban on social media. We've spoken about it before ourselves. You've, of course, got family members living in Australia. So how's it going?
They're no longer teenagers, so I escaped it by a bit. My son is 17, almost 18. But definitely, I think the feeling is that it is a world-leading step. It is a pioneering step. The whole world is watching and looking to learn on what's going to happen and how it's going to happen and how efficient it is and so on. Now, practically speaking, it is a trial phase. And in that trial phase, it's not a complete, perfect implementation. There are some hiccups, there are some issues, there are some unclarities, and definitely the efficiency is not 100%. On the other hand, we know for a fact that some kids have already found a way around it, and they are already enjoying their social media normally, if I may say, or at least through different ways. But again, I think looking at it all together, I think it's a very positive step. For me as a parent, I strongly encourage and believe in it. And I know the vibe among most of the parents around at least family members and friends and so on do feel that it was a step in the right direction and that the government is helping them in controlling what could be very difficult to control without such a law among their children.
And I know that I'm going to bring Isabel into this conversation, but we've spoken before, and I'm not a big fan of this ban, and I've made that clear many times before, and I'm also not a parent, so that's something that Isabel and you understand a lot better than me. But one of my criticisms of this ban is dating websites are excluded from this ban, as well as gaming platforms, as are AI chatbots, which have recently made headlines for allegedly encouraging children children to get involved in really dark scenarios.
And self-harm.
And self-harm.
Sure.
And Isabel, you're a parent, of course. You know, what do you make of this ban? And in many ways, I think there have been critics to it because it's been so rushed and it's difficult to implement on a large scale.
I think from what you're saying, your main objection to it is that there are other workarounds, that there are other sites that are causing harm. And the response to that surely would be to tighten the loopholes, not to say that the ban isn't worthwhile. Now, I'm not somebody who's in favour of banning things. I take a pretty liberal view that most adults should be able to choose within reason, as long as it's not going to harm anybody else, what they want to do. But we're not talking about adults. We're talking about under 16s. We know all the evidence has mounted up in recent years about the frontal cortex not being developed in the brain until actually as late as the mid-20s, and that affects your ability to evaluate risk. It affects your ability to make a judgment call. And so, you know, the Australians have come out with this groundbreaking policy, which is to stop these, what they describe as predatory algorithms, from being accessible to children. Now, who have I heard speaking out against that today? Elon Musk. Well, Elon Musk's own children in the large part are estranged from him. He's not somebody I'd even probably trust with my own children. So whether or not we should be trusting, you know, the future of a whole swathes of society to him, I don't agree. But experts that I hear from, Jonathan Haidt, who's a leading expert from the United States on this, thinks it's a fantastic move today. Now, you can argue whether or not, you know, we're all spending too much time on our screens and it's the way of the world. And, you know, I'm not trying to suggest we all go back to Enid Blyton days where we're climbing trees. You know, I embrace technology and I can see that the future for even our young people is very much rolled up in it. And, you know, there's this survey out today showing how much more time we're all spending online, and it's increased in the UK up by 30 minutes even since COVID times. But my argument would be, you know, as adults, we can't even really regulate this. I, you know, myself am guilty of, instead of using that extra 30 minutes a day, reading a couple of chapters of my book to help me get to sleep, I find myself doom scrolling and losing track of time. Where does the time go? What are we displacing that time for? Not only do I think it's bad for productivity, but it's actually the opposite of productive. You know, it's destructive. So I welcome the ban. I think that, you know, a lot of countries will follow suit. Certainly my son's school, he's 10 years old. So in this country, it's year 5. For Christmas, all of the parents in his class are reinvesting in landlines, and we're all swapping telephone numbers and hoping to introduce phoning each other to ask for play dates and preventing the dreaded phones for as long as possible. But, you know, parents have been calling out for these sorts of measures, and big tech has not been in their favour. And by the way, you only have to watch what was that film that came out on Netflix a few years ago, The Social Dilemma? Nobody in Silicon Valley will let their kids anywhere near social media. I think that says it all.
I do believe that several countries are going to follow the same track. We already know that there is already a draft in Denmark setting the age even at 15, not 16, because, of course, it's linked to maturity age and legal maturity age. And again, if it is successful, I hope it will trigger a general trend that would really find ways to protect the children from harmful abuse or harmful targeting in that sense.
But Dr. Ellie, you're a professor yourself, you work with children, you know them well, maybe a little bit older than the age of 16. But a lot of people have been arguing that instead of doing this outright ban like Australia have done, is it not educating children how to navigate social media? And Isabel, I know that the UK also put that into some new legislation that they have brought out in the UK. They're implementing these age control rules and trying to, you know, encourage teachers.
Definitely.
And I don't know if we also should be doing that in schools too, because my worry is I don't have children. I have a 15-year-old nephew, and the future of jobs now is so different. It isn't the future of jobs that we were looking at. It's the future in the technology space, in the AI space. So isn't it a better way to do it in schools, maybe?
It's definitely needed and urgent to do it in schools, but it does not negate the ban. I think the ban sets the parameter, the framework of what should be completely not allowed. But then you'd still need to rely on heavy education. And we have to keep in mind that the education is not only, because things are moving on so fast. So now, not only about social media, but now about AI, about fake news, about all these, about algorithms, how they function. All of these stuff, they need to, relevant to age, of course, start to learn about them. And also the educational system need to learn how to adapt to all these things. Now, keep in mind that we are not banning kids from the internet, because the internet is now an integral part of their life, their research, their studies, all of this. So they are still exposed to a lot, some of it negative and some of it positive, yes. But we don't want to go all the way in a slippery slope to start banning everything. I agree with you on that. But definitely education goes hand in hand with the basic framework that the governments are responsible to put to protect the most vulnerable, which are children under 16 or under a certain age.
It's a really interesting conversation to have. Isabel and Dr. Ellie, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there now as we move on to another story. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says the country is ready for elections, pushing back after President Trump again claimed Kyiv was using the war to avoid holding them. Zelensky says he's asking the US and European partners to help guarantee security so a vote could be held within 60 to 90 days. Isabel, how much of a knee-jerk reaction is this to Trump's recent comments? Because obviously all of us saw that Politico interview that he did yesterday calling on Ukraine to hold elections.
Yeah, I think there is a knee-jerk element to it. I think the interview that Donald Trump gave to Politico was deeply alarming, not just to Ukraine, who see increasingly the rhetoric coming out of Washington as being directly out of Moscow. You know, this, what they're talking about, the ceasefire deadline of Christmas. Well, it sounds like, you know, the Russian demands are very much trumping the wish, the sovereign desires of Ukraine. But yeah, the reality is President Zelensky is going to be in a very difficult position to come up with the goods and do an election in 60 to 90 days, as he said he would. Number one, he said he would need American and European support and security, not only to hold the line against the Russians, but to make sure that this was possible. Now, firstly, I point out that today we've heard from the German national security spokesperson saying that given this national security strategy that we've heard coming out of the States, they don't even consider that not only do they consider America to now be a disruptor in Europe, but they actually couldn't rule out American interference in German elections. So if the Germans are saying that about a Western country, a previous ally, could Ukraine even depend on America to help them conduct free and fair elections? I'd also point out that just the practicalities of having an active war going on. You know, how on earth would the Ukrainians who are now in Russian-occupied Ukrainian territory cast a vote? How would the Ukrainian soldiers on the front line be freed up in order to do that? And how would we ensure that those Ukrainians, and let's not forget there are millions of them living abroad because they fled the barbaric and terrifying bombardment of their country, how would they be guaranteed that their votes would be counted as well without interference from Russia, who we know have this track record of cyber interference in elections? So it's fraught with problems. And I do think it's a bit rich that, you know, we've heard Trump in that Politico interview coming out and saying, well, you know, you can hardly call Ukraine a democracy anymore. Well, you know what? The Americans didn't say that about Great Britain when Winston Churchill remained beyond his term, because we were at war, and that was enshrined in our constitution, unwritten though it is. In the same situation in Ukraine, because martial law was activated when Ukraine was invaded. Yes, we see Zelensky's time in power has expired, but you know he is adamant that, and I think it's universally accepted by most people that it's not the time for an election now. Indeed, even Ukrainians are saying they don't want an election now, and it is the central tenet of democracy, isn't it, that a country has to be free to choose its own path and its own destiny. So what Trump thinks is one thing, but I also would like to hear him criticising Putin and his lack of democracy there, because we only have to ask what happened to Alexei Navalny to see what he does to people who oppose him politically.
And I think that a lot of people will be thinking exactly the same thing as you, Isabel. And Dr. Ellie, I just want to bring you some breaking news line we are getting through from Zelensky on this very topic. Zelensky says he's discussed means of holding elections with Ukrainian parliament. But as Isabel just pointed out there, how many difficulties they'll have to overcome to hold a free and fair election where every Ukrainian citizen is able to vote. If they live abroad, if they're fighting on the front line, it's a very difficult task. But I think if elections are held in Ukraine by hook or by crook, because it almost seems impossible at this stage, will Zelensky actually win that vote?
Let me just take it a step backwards, and I say I agree on all what you're saying and Isabel is saying, and I agree on the principle of it, but we should not simply give in for the fact that any country at war does not hold elections.
But that's sort of been the status quo for years, especially in Europe.
Well, we've seen countries all around the world being pressured by the international community to hold regular elections because they are the foundation of democracy. A leader like Zelensky, who won elections not by a landslide, has taken the country in such a direction that I think he needs to go back to the Ukrainian people and ask them, do they still want his leadership? Do they still want the way that he is going? We definitely have seen a lot of resentments. We definitely have seen a lot of corruption within his inner circle. We've definitely know for a fact that the Ukrainian people is so fed up and so tired of this war. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't vote for him. He might still win, of course. He might decide not to run altogether. But again, let the Ukrainian people decide, even if it's not 100% for all the Ukrainians, even if it's not 100% organized. I am in favor of holding an election, and there's not a conflict on every piece of the land of the Ukraine. Definitely there is a special circumstance in the east that could be dealt with, like so many occupied countries have dealt with it. It is not an excuse not to hold elections and not to renew the trust of the Ukrainian people, be it in this leader or in a new leader.
And it's quite interesting because I think, there was a corruption scandal that did hit Zelensky's government and lawmakers, and we saw people very close to Zelensky himself have to resign from their position. And I have been hearing a lot of people talking about how there is now discontent and criticism of the Ukrainian government, especially because the energy infrastructure has been hit so hard, and part of where that money was coming from in the corruption was they were creaming off the top of the energy companies. So now people are seeing that their lights aren't coming on, but that their lawmakers did make a lot of money instead of investing back into the energy system in Ukraine. So the country's definitely facing some problem, Isabel.
Yes, it is, and it's bound to be. And let's not forget also that, Russia is trying to infiltrate people close to Zelensky to not only destabilize him, perhaps make allegations of corruption there, but also we saw the FSB trying to take him hostage through two of the Ukrainian colonels, and now they've been charged with treason. And, that's not the first attempt in recent years on Zelensky's life. And what he has done is put himself at huge risk, at huge personal cost. His children have been underground in a bunker for many years. I'm sure he'd quite like to wash his hands of the whole thing and is in a living nightmare, not least because his closest ally is now completely undependable and effectively trying to negotiate with a madman who seems to have the ear of an authoritarian, which is a terrifying scenario. There is bound to be dissent. People have lost lives, people have lost livelihoods, people have lost territory. It's not his fault, but we see leaders get blamed for these things. But that being said, I do think we should remember that probably if Zelensky could, he would walk away. And I think that will be one of the reasons why he was first to come out today and say, do you know what, I can do it in 60 to 90 days, because he wants to be seen not only to be in favour of democracy, but to put his money where his mouth is, and fair play to him.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if that election happens, because as we spoke about, the practicalities of organising one during wartime is said to be very difficult. But thank you for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And Donald Trump has returned to the campaign trail, aiming to reclaim the economic narrative amid criticism of his handling of inflation. He attacked immigrants and revived old controversial remarks about certain countries, while dismissing concerns about rising prices as a hoax. The president also targeted Democratic figures and touted tariffs and farm bailouts as proof of his economic success. Take a listen.
They gave you the highest inflation in history, and we're bringing those prices down rapidly. Lower prices, bigger paychecks. You're getting lower prices, bigger paychecks, but they use the word affordability, and that's their only word. They say affordability, and everyone says, oh, that must mean Trump has high prices. No, our prices are coming down tremendously from the highest prices in the history of our country.
So before we get into his affordability chat, I just want to bring you some news. In the last few minutes, the Federal Reserve has cut by a quarter basis point, which was widely expected by analysts. So I think Donald Trump will be happy with that. Instead, we must remember inflation is running at 2.9%, near 3% above the Fed's preferred rate of 2%. So it's difficult to see where we're going with this, but a cut's happened by the Fed. It's their last meeting of the year. We know Jerome Powell's on thin ice when it comes to Donald Trump. But anyway, good news for lots of people in America with that rate cut happening. But let's talk a little bit about Trump and hitting the campaign trail again. I haven't seen him do a rally like that for a little while. Sure. Is it a sign that Republicans are possibly concerned now because the midterms aren't that far away?
Definitely they are concerned, and definitely they are not doing well. Polling for them is down, support for them is down. We've seen that in the past elections, in the recent elections, and it's going to get worse by the time of the start of the campaigns of the midterm elections in less than a year now. I think they are aware of this, and I think the bigger problems they have is that the Republican Party have almost been reduced to the Trump Party, and that there's very little anyone in the Republican Party can actually do to start to bring the support back up again. That's why he had to take it. He had to do that kind of rally, and definitely he will do more of this as we come closer to that stage. Now, speaking about the economics, definitely the economic has become the most important issue for the American people. Definitely the situation is not as good as he promised it would be, and is not good in general. And this is probably the Americans would vote for this based on this before anything else. And that's why I think he's also trying to bring in migrants again and illegal migration, because it's a hot topic, because it could bring people back closer to the Republican Party. But for a fact, the tariffs, the policies that he's using will definitely make things worse before they start to get better. Even if all of it works as he wants it to, we will see a period of a worse situation before things start to get down. Will this happen before the midterm elections? This is the big question.
And I also think you touched on something there. Cost of living strains have been thrust into focus, and that's due to the recent local elections that we did see, like you did mention, with the Democrats winning races in New York, New Jersey and Virginia, and all their campaigns were actually focused on the economy. Sure. And that is clearly what people in America are now worried about. But Isabel, does Donald Trump still have the power to really command a crowd, or do you think he's kind of got out of touch with what America wants? Because I think a lot of criticism has been on the fact that he's been focused on foreign policy so heavily.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was just me, but did you think that his response there from the crowd was a little bit muted compared to his usual rallies? They didn't seem as fired up. And, you know, he campaigned on this ticket of trying to make America affordable again. And then he appeared to be mocking affordability as an issue. I mean, he is deeply out of touch. Everything in his home is gold plated. All he's done is, you know, stick gold things into the White House. The average American was hoping that he was going to make life more affordable. And now he's saying it's a hoax. He's denying that inflation is even a problem. And Americans, you know, his core, his base, are a little bit baffled. And we have to remember, he's on thin ground. He's in his second term. It's a traditional lame duck territory. He's coming up to his first year in power, which means there's limited time that he can continue to blame his legacy from his predecessor. How long is it going to take him to sort out the economy after Biden? And also, he's alienating some of his MAGA base through the Epstein files. We saw the attack dog there. I always forget her name.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Mm-hmm. They've fallen out, and she's, you know, giving interviews to CNN of all people now. And you know, if you know where she leads, others will follow. So his base will be very much giving him a second chance if they are devoted. But, you know, he's on thin ground. I think he faces annihilation, to be honest, at the midterms. And the fact that Miami and his home turf of Florida have just elected a Democratic mayor for the first time in 28 years, I think it has rattled Republicans. They are worried. And as I said on the previous story, and I agree with Dr. Ellie, you know, he has become bigger than the Republican Party. I mean, even his team negotiating the ceasefire with Ukraine are not the elected officials. You know, it's not Marco Rubio who's doing the back and forth with Zelensky and Putin, but it's his mate who does deals, and he's a property developer, Stephen Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. So, you know, the Republicans know that he's not a true Republican, probably, given that he also used to be a Democrat himself. So, yeah, it's coming home to roost. I think it's going to be a difficult couple of years now for Trump, but he feels good when he's on a stage. He can give it all the hyperbole. Whether or not people believe it anymore remains to be seen.
I think what still feels like is in his corner, something that still goes for him, is the fact that there is no viable alternative from the Democratic Party. In terms of policies, in terms of economic policies. And we've seen the Democratic Party go even further left towards socialism, which
Mamdani, which has been the big question about Zohran Mamdani.
And Bernie Sanders. This will not fly in the US. The people would still choose Trump, in spite of all his craziness, than socialism per se. So unless the Democratic Party really presents a platform that gives better solution than what they have done, even under Obama, even under Biden, then Trump could still have people in his corner and he could still make it for the midterm.
What I find fascinating about the economy in America right now is we're talking about inflation running at 2.9%. It's still a lot lower than some of the big European countries and a lot of other countries around the world. They have recovered pretty well. They are a juggernaut of an economy. We can't forget that. Yes, there's pressure on food prices and energy prices in America. We could argue we're having that in Europe too. But the fascinating thing is, even despite tariffs, the stock market in the States is so hot. We've been seeing the stock market outperforming itself this year on more than one occasion. And I do think Donald Trump has that in his corner. People are still investing in American companies, and the tech, AI companies, NVIDIA, so much is doing so well that it's really difficult in some ways how hard it is to argue on the economy when the stock market is doing well. And I think that is what Donald Trump is going to campaign on going forward.
We have to also remember the number of foreign direct investment he's bringing in, be it from the Gulf or other countries. I think, again, his policy might not be the best. It's not solid economics, but it goes in the right direction. Because what was happening in the US was really not...
Well, Bidenomics was a complete disaster, but it's a really interesting conversation to have at the moment about the economy.
Yes, but I think what we're talking about when you talk about the stock markets and, when you talk about the foreign investment, who is feeling the benefit of that? Now, we know that the personal wealth of the Trump family has increased dramatically in those in his inner circle since he's come into power. There may well soon come a point where people feel like this is outright, blatant, broad daylight corruption. And that's not going to wash with ordinary Americans, even those who are on the right, because they feel as though they're not getting the benefits of any of that. And you don't have to be a socialist to call out corruption and unfairness. It's quite extraordinary what we're seeing, just in terms of the Paramount, Warner Brothers, all the various, aggressive takeovers being pitched, the personal involvement of the Trump family. When it's understood in a granular sense by ordinary Americans, I think they're in very, very dodgy terrain.
And it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that Paramount-Warner Brothers deal, because Jared Kushner is apparently involved in that too. So time will tell.
It benefits extraordinarily.
Yes, exactly. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And all tourists travelling to the United States could soon have their social media accounts checked if they require entry into the country. It's under new plans being considered by the country's border force. Visitors would need to provide their social media history from the last 5 years. Isabel, we're on the Donald Trump theme tonight. Quite clearly. I just want to ask you what you make of these plans and how does it differ from the current system in the States that we are seeing?
Well, what do I make of it? I was thinking back to when I applied for a visa to travel to China and I got denied just purely based on my occupation as a journalist, and they didn't ask any more questions. It was just a hard no. Is that the way America is going to go? Who knows? I've only been to America. I'm no expert on ESTAs, I think they're called, which these 90-day permission to travel within the country. But I've been to America for 24 hours. I went for a job interview, got the job, and then decided actually to stay and work here in the UK. But my understanding is at the moment you can get a 90-day ESTA, and that is going to be extended to a 2-year ESTA. But the grounds for being granted that is you have to hand over your social media for 5 years, plus all your current and previous email addresses, personal home addresses, your names, personal details of your family members, their dates of birth. Now, my question is why? Like, what are they looking for? And what is their definition in the parameters of terrorism, if that is what it is? Because at the moment, are they looking for somebody who might have been critical of Donald Trump? Will they be denied access to the country? What is their definition? Is it going to be prescribed terrorist organizations? Because again, the United States haven't got a history like we do in Europe of having these kind of extremist terrorist incidents. And it would be my argument that they need to spend much more time and energy trying to protect their own citizens from the risk from within of people through gun crime than this imagined threat from foreigners coming in. Is it just xenophobia? And also, let's not forget, they have some big international events coming up down the road. We've got the men's World Cup football being hosted in the States next year. We've got the Olympics coming up in LA in 2028. Are they going to go through all of the countries of the world's previous 5 years of social media posts? And we're talking here as well about the possibility of biometrics being requested, DNA, irises, facial recognition. It becomes all a little bit authoritarian for my taste. And I just come back to the question time and again, what is it that they're looking for? What are their grounds for denying you an ESTA? I find it worrying.
Dr. Ellie, I don't know what you think, but I would tend to lean to what Isabel is saying here, because it's very difficult, 5 years of social media, more background on your family. America has a huge tourism industry. We were talking about the economy stuttering and struggling. Now he's going to, tighten the rope on that even more. Is this just a little bit of a disaster waiting to happen?
Listen, I agree on that, the fact that it is not clear and it is a bit extreme. And of course, under Trump, you worry about what legal oversight it is going to have and all of this based on what we're seeing with ICE and other things that he's doing. But let me go back to the essence of it. We have the tendency to feel that getting a visa to a certain country is a right for us. And we should not be denied, and we should, the world is all open and open access and so on. We have to keep reminding ourselves that it is a sovereign right of every state to judge who will they allow in and who will they refuse entry for. We've seen Australia refuse the visa for few people who they thought will create some discord in society, and this was enough of a reason for them to refuse the visa. I think it is good to remind ourselves that it is the right of every state to do so. I would say it is the duty of every state to do so. I was thinking also, as we were discussing before, that even when recruiting someone to any job, now we check his social media. So why not check his social media if he's coming into a different country? Why not see if he has supported any extremist rhetorics before? Why not see if he has been aggressively anti-American or anti-democracy or whatever? Definitely, there's always the slippery slope potential. That's why we need the legal oversight for it. That's why we need clarity of it. But again, the essence of it, I wouldn't disagree. It's not xenophobia. It is part of protecting your country. And I will link this also to the national security plan that Trump issued a few days ago, in which he criticized severely the Europeans for not protecting their societies and simply letting everybody in a way that threatened even the fabric, the social fabric of the European Union. Regardless of, again, what that competition looks like or what he's aiming to do in Europe, I think the basic foundation of it is valid.
And he was very furious about the way that Europe has and is handling its immigration scenario there. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Isabel and Dr. Ellie have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Dr. Ellie, we're staying on the theme of the US, and the US Health Secretary has been showing off his pull-up skills. Tell us a little bit more.
Well, it goes in the same direction that we've been speaking about, but again, for I think Kennedy specifically.
There he is.
Yes, here you go.
He's going for it.
That's amazing. You have to appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's impressive. And put it in context, this is a guy who has built all his political career on making America healthy again. He has very serious issues with the way drugs have been given to children, the way food, diet, lack of sports, all of these issues. And again, once again, I find myself completely agreeing with that kind of thinking, that it is part of the state's duty to encourage any kind of potential healthy behavior, including sports, including this. Now, should the minister be doing that? That's a different thing. Should we putting such bars or any other, sports equipment in airports? Why not? If it's there, if you have a couple of hours to kill, why not?
Why not?
Go ahead and do it. I can't do any pull-ups.
You can't do any pull-ups?
No.
Well, Isabel, he's 71. He did
71 years.
Really
That's
good.
Really impressive.
Yeah, how many pull-ups can you do, Isabel? And do you think it's good to see your lawmaker going for it on the pole there?
Yeah, hats off to him. I think it's about the only time you'll ever hear me say that. This is the guy who has linked autism with paracetamol and stopped people from taking vaccines. He spouted a lot of unscientific nonsense. So that's the only compliment I will give him. We do know that exercise is good for you. So well done. He's worked that one out.
Yeah, he has worked that one out. But there's been a lot of criticism of this pull-up that he's done, because you should always get your chin
come on, don't get technical on us, Leigh Ann.
No.
We know you're the sports guru, but no.
So
what can you do? This is the question.
Do you know what? I reckon, I was thinking about it now, I haven't tried for a while, but I reckon I could probably do 2 or 3, no more than that.
I believe you.
Yeah, but I reckon I could still do a couple. But I'm not sure, but I haven't tried for a long time.
Different kinds of sports, like teaching for several hours or marking papers for several hours.
I couldn't do any of that.
Unfortunately. I'm in the wrong business.
I think if you ask the gym bros of the world, they'll be like, the chin needs to be higher, but we're going to give it to him, because why not? And Isabel, yours is absolutely fascinating, your story. It's about the science of monogamy, which I find really interesting.
Yes. So how monogamous are humans in a league table with other species? This is a groundbreaking world first where they look at sibling, what was the phrase they used? Whether or not they are the proportion of full sibling to part sibling as a measure of monogamy. And they compared 100 human different societies with 34 animal species. And they found overall that irrespective of religion or where in the world humans come from, we have a monogamy tendency of around 66%. We are in the Premier League of species that like to live monogamously. Above us are beavers at 70%. And right at the top are the very sweet Californian mice, who are ultimately the most faithful you could ever imagine. Now, the science behind this is that if you are a species or a society that has a high proportion of full siblings, then that is deemed to mean that you are in sort of a monogamous relationship. If there are lots of half siblings, then there's promiscuity or polygamy going on. Now, the naughtiest, most promiscuous animals are, would you believe, our closest cousins, the primates, at around 4%. And dolphins as well aren't much for sticking together for life. But you know what? It's a bit entertaining and I think really fascinating as well, published in the Royal Society today.
Yeah, I absolutely love the story. And I love the fact that it's California deer mouse. Deer mice. How sweet.
100%.
So lovely.
Amazing. But then surprising to see black bears, killer whales, baboons, monkeys and dolphins all below 5%.
Yeah. I know baboons are naughty. You know, they've got a lot of business going on, you know?
But what you also notice is that these really sort of animals that live, gosh, I can't think of the term. Gosh, it's all escaping me tonight. But when you live collaboratively, there's a proper...
collectively or socially.
In packs or in communities, So meerkats, wild dogs, they have a really high proportion of monogamy. So what does that tell us about, collaborative society? It leads to monogamy. Fascinating, all of it. Anyway, Cambridge University did the science. They're much more erudite at expressing it than me.
But it's really interesting. But when I first saw this, and before you explained to me how it was done, I thought that all the humans who said they were 66% monogamous were lying. I was like, they must have been asked when their partner was there. But actually, now you've explained it, it's definitely more accurate. And I shouldn't be so cynical.
No, but this is this is what makes a couple's relationship special, because the tendency is not 100% to be monogamous, especially the psyche of a human being.
So they've got to
then if you're willing to do the effort and to commit, this is the value of a couple.
And to commit to keep working on it.
Definitely.
Isn't it? That's the whole point to it. But thank you so much. That was a great conversation. Thanks to our guest, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who's joined us all the way from Surrey. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We're joined now by Mike Pompeo, the former US Secretary of State and former director of the CIA under President Trump. But thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Always a pleasure talking to you. Israel and Hamas have now signed off on the first phase of President Trump's peace plan. What was your initial reaction to this news?
Well, it's remarkable. It's historic. It's still 72 hours away. Still things that can jump in the middle of this and cause problems. But the fact that we're going to get 20 hostages out of Gaza, we're going to get the remains of another 24 or so back to their families is a joyous thing. The fact that they've had to release a bunch of folks who committed crimes, hundreds of folks who are being held by the Israelis today who have been convicted through due process, doesn't make this an equal trade. But my first reaction was it is time for these hostages to return to their families right now, 2 years and a day and a half from when they were taken on October 7th, 2 years ago. A great and glorious outcome.
Sure. And obviously, and you sort of allude to it there, sticking points remain and a lot could happen. I mean, there's this sticking point of Hamas saying it will only lay down its weapons once a Palestinian state is established. I mean, how do you see negotiators addressing that and getting around that key stumbling block?
Well, this isn't a new problem, right? This is Hamas handing over these hostages, not because they've become citizens of the world, but because they've had enormous pressure applied against them. And because the Israelis and President Trump and the Americans put enormous pressure on Iran with what they did this past summer, taking out a significant piece of the Iranian nuclear weapons program, the near dismantlement of Hezbollah in Lebanon, the pressure on the Houthis, all of that brought us to this moment. It doesn't mean for a moment that the resistance in Hamas won't remain. Right? There is a resistance movement. Their objective is the destruction of the nation of Israel. And so lots of work left to be done in the aftermath of these hostages being returned. Lots of work to be done to disarm Hamas, to create a civil government. And those two elements are most important to the civilians living in Gaza. The most important people who benefit most from the Israelis' ability to withdraw safely and continue to protect their own sovereign territory and to get Hamas out of governance, get the armed resistance eliminated, are the people who are living in Gaza who have suffered so much over these past months as a direct result of what the terrorists did there.
I think there's a lot of celebration around the world that this bloody chapter in modern history, could be over. And I think a lot of people are getting ahead of themselves, perhaps talking already about a two-state solution. But does it feel like today we are a step closer to a two-state solution than perhaps we were 24 hours ago?
Yeah, I think the answer to that is yes, but it's a small step. And the trail is littered with history. We know this from when Arafat was in charge. Right? We all know the history, that this gets complicated as soon as you get into the details. In the end, you have to change the nature of the leadership. The leadership has to ultimately come to recognize Israel's right to exist. And we saw that with the Abraham Accords. We saw the Emiratis agree to it. We saw the Sudanese. We saw the Bahrainis. Right? Those nations they said, we are no longer going to have as a central principle the destruction of the nation of Israel. And to the extent Lebanon can do that, Syria can do that under their new leadership, to the extent we can find a political solution in Gaza, then you can begin to build out a model that looks like a just and stable and near permanent peace in the region, which would be a fantastic outcome. But there's a lot of work left to do. And you can see from the statements coming out from various parties who assert they represent Hamas, it's not at all clear exactly who Hamas's leadership will be 2 months or 2 years from now. You can see those leaders already beginning to hedge their bets because they know, too, that the resistance is the reason for their existence. Their entire enterprise revolves around continuing armed conflict against Israel. So your point is well taken. A lot of work remains to be done to get what we hope is a step towards a sustainable outcome.
In terms of President Trump's approach to this 8 or 9 decades old problem, what we've seen the last couple of weeks is markedly different from what President Trump was talking about earlier in the year when he talked about a Gaza Riviera, which would require 2 million people being sent into exile. What do you make of the evolution of President Trump's approach to this issue? And do you think the Gaza Riviera plan was part of a broader negotiating tactic?
You know, I always watch President Trump's actions closely, right? He has been remarkably consistent on this file in the Middle East since I was his Secretary of State in his first term. We have a great, reliable partner in Israel. We want good things for the Palestinian people that are living both in Gaza and in Judea and Samaria. We want good things for them, but we're not going to allow them to stand in the way of a broader peace. And so we, in the first term, the Gulf Arab states were great partners for America. They continue to be. Mohammed bin Salman, Mohammed bin Zayed in the Emirates, the leadership, the Crown Prince in Bahrain are all great partners of the United States. And so, you know, in Gaza, President Trump has made clear he was going to allow Israel to do the work necessary to get these hostages home and to give Israel all the capability they needed to go take down Hamas so that it no longer threatened the nation of Israel. Those pillars have been incredibly consistent. And then you can see, as part of this plan, this 20-point plan, you can see a plan towards political governance not connected to Hamas. And second, a theory of the case on how you're going to rebuild Gaza and make it a peaceful, livable place for the civilians that live there. That's been his mission. When he talks about, Gaza, on the Trump on the Mediterranean, all the Trump Tower stuff, a lot of that was theatrics the media brought on. President Trump has been remarkably consistent here.
These were, of course, not direct talks that took place in Sharm el-Sheikh. Lots of parties were involved. From the US side, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and, of course, senior officials from Qatar, from Egypt, from Turkey. Do you think there was anything or anyone that stands out as having been a winning ingredient or a winning player to bringing us to the point we're at today?
Oh, goodness. No, I think lots of credit, and President Trump said this, right? It took many nations coming together and many leaders who were very bold. The Egyptian folks did great work in hosting this. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner obviously lent America's authority and power and certainty to the transaction as well, but brought together the Gulf Arab states, the Emiratis, the Saudis. Everyone signed off on this, the Qataris, the Turks. That's a remarkable act of diplomacy. It's a really good outcome. And so I don't know that there's any one individual, but lots of leaders who worked tirelessly to get an outcome that gets us at least a point where those hostages can be returned home.
Do you think we have here in front of us the blueprint for perhaps solving other conflicts, as some geopolitical analysts have suggested?
I think the whole world will be watching what President Trump did in the Middle East. He gave the Iranians space. He told them there was a deadline, and when they didn't comply with the deadline, he took a strike and decimated their nuclear program. I think for Xi Jinping or for Chairman Kim or for the Ayatollah himself in Iran or for even Vladimir Putin in Europe, I think they can see that, the storyline somehow that President Trump is an isolationist president who puts America first and ignores the rest of the world is belied by the actions that President Trump and his administration have taken. I think that was true in his first term. I think it's equally true in this one. He is judicious in how we use American power, but he understands America's best interests are creating peace and stability in these regions. Certainly where we have friends and partners, we're going to do everything America can do to deliver those outcomes. And I do think that others will have observed this, and I hope we'll adopt something that looks like this, recognizing that America remains the most preeminent power in the world, and it's prepared to use its good offices to deliver great outcomes for not only America, putting America first, but for the world.
Clearly, the president has put a huge amount of energy into this old issue between the Palestinians and the Israelis. If he can solve it once and for all and bring about a lasting solution, how do you think he's going to go down in U.S. history?
Oh, how many presidents have we had try to accomplish just that? I can go back a long ways, almost since the nation of Israel's founding. To the extent we get something that's the accomplishment of getting these hostages home is good. But if we get something more than that, we get a delivered outcome that looks like a just and lasting peace, I think President Trump and, frankly, all of the leadership in the region will go down in history as having delivered an amazing outcome for mankind.
And just lastly, Mr. Pompeo, do you think President Trump is deserving of the Nobel Peace Prize?
Oh, I'll leave that to the Nobel Committee. They can sort through it. But if you ask, if we get a just and lasting peace in the Middle East that fundamentally reshapes that region and keeps our young boys, our American young boys' lives from being at risk, and the lives of citizens all across the region, from Kuwait to Oman to the Emirates, if we get that just and lasting peace, it will be an historic achievement, certainly worthy not only of a Nobel Prize, but worthy of accolades from people all across the world. It's not about a particular trophy. It's about delivering the peace, and I pray that it's the case that this is a good first step towards achieving that.
Okay, Mike Pompeo, former U.S. Secretary of State, thank you very much indeed for speaking
yes,
to
sir.
Arabiya
Thank you.
English.
Have a great day.
Thank you. John Bolton is a former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations and a former national security advisor to President Trump. Ambassador Bolton, thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Arabiya English. Really appreciate it. What is your understanding of what's been achieved these last 2 weeks with regards to curbing Iran's nuclear ambitions?
Well, I think the combined effect of the Israeli and U.S. strikes has been to set the program back very considerably. There's a lot of debate in Washington today about the extent of that. But, Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, referred to enormous damage. I'm willing to take that. We'll find out more later. But it's a significant setback. It doesn't eliminate the program. It certainly doesn't eliminate the regime in Tehran. That's the real source of the problem. But I think this is a good start, at least.
A good start, but not obliterated. I'm not hearing you use that kind of language.
No, I don't think the evidence is there for that. As I say, we'll certainly learn more. I think Grossi's words really are a pretty good assessment at this point. The real question is, does the regime try to recreate the program? We already have indications that they've had some sites they've concealed from the International Atomic Energy Agency. No surprise there. And perhaps other activities. So I think we have to keep a very close watch on it, because the threat of Iran's possession of nuclear weapons is not just a problem for Israel. It's a global threat of nuclear proliferation.
You were calling for strikes on Iran a very long time ago. Does all of this feel a bit like a vindication?
Well, unfortunately, if it had been done 20 years ago, it would have been easier and far less risky, and we wouldn't be at the brink of having a nuclear power based in Tehran. I think the world's got a lot of serious crises going on right now. The war in Ukraine, threats from China in the East and South China Sea, and obviously the incredibly difficult situation in the Middle East precipitated by the Hamas attack on Israel on October the 7th, 2023. So the real trouble here, I think, the source of it is Iran under this regime. I don't think there's a chance for lasting peace and security in the region until that regime is overthrown.
Given that this was a once-in-a-generation sort of level of hostilities, in fact, the greatest hostilities we've ever seen between Iran and Israel and the United States, I mean, and you say this is a good start, does that mean you think Israel and the United States should have gone further?
I think much more could have been done. I think it was a mistake to stop the attacks. It would have been one thing to pause them so that the battle damage assessments, as they call them, could have been refined, and we could have had a better idea, perhaps also how Iran was responding. Were they moving uranium or equipment around? Could we verify additional sites that we had not yet known? But also, I think the strikes were very destabilizing against the regime itself. We'll now wait to see if the people of Iran, who I think are very dissatisfied, we'll see if they try and take matters into their own hands here. You've seen a real decimation of the top Iranian military and Revolutionary Guard leadership. I think the regime is a lot more fragile than it appears from the outside.
Yeah, you've alluded twice already in this conversation to regime change in Iran, and President Trump has sounded rather opposed to that. Why do you think that is?
It's a mystery to me. He was opposed to it in the first term as well. Now, today, there are reports in Washington that we're offering to finance a commercial nuclear power project in Iran, which I think is madness. The regime's on its back, and this is not the time to throw them a lifeline.
Okay, and there's talk now of another Iran nuclear deal being struck. Do you think a deal should be struck with the leadership that's there in Tehran?
The only deal to strike is how to remove the nuclear capacity that they now have. You know, when we dismantled the Libyan nuclear weapons program in 2004, we packed a lot of it up and took it to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where it currently resides. There's still space at Oak Ridge for the Iranian nuclear weapons program. That's worth negotiating. But any possession of these nuclear capabilities by this regime, I think, would just risk getting us right back into the dangerous situation we've been in now for so many years.
It's been a very busy few days. We had President Trump ordering the strikes on Iran last weekend. Iran responded 2 days later. Then President Trump brokered a ceasefire. Hasn't it all been rather hasty, in your opinion?
Well, I think it has been, and I think it shows that although Trump did make the difficult decision to strike, that it wasn't part of a larger strategy. And I think that's always dangerous, because if you get into a circumstance and you don't know how it could play out or what your options are and your path to a successful conclusion, you're at risk. I think the Iranian response has been defiant. That could be pre-programmed. They're still probably assessing how badly they've been damaged. But as I say, when they're pressed like this, when they've seen their terrorist proxies around the Middle East decimated, we've seen the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, which hopefully leads to a government that is not a friend of the Iranian government. Things are moving here in a very favorable direction. And if the regime itself is in as much trouble as I think and hope that it is, there's no reason to give it a hand up.
Do you see Iran doing something else after those attacks on the military base here in the Middle East? Do you see that as a likely scenario?
Well, it would be important to watch. Will they try to resurrect the nuclear weapons program? Will they try to, again, resume substantial assistance to Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis? Do they have that capability? I suspect militarily they're in very, very difficult shape, and a lot of the top leadership has been eliminated. This is when regimes start to fragment at the top, with the supreme leader who's in his mid-80s and not well, and no clear succession path. I think they're in a very tricky position inside Iran, and that's where the people's pressure against the regime could really make a difference.
How likely do you see regime changes being?
Well, I don't know that it's necessarily going to come tomorrow, but the Ayatollah Khamenei is only Iran's second supreme leader since the revolution of 1979. So it's not like they've got a well-ordered constitutional process to pick a successor. And I think that's the moment when you could really see the top officials in the military, the Revolutionary Guard, and even among the Ayatollahs, you could see real fractionation of the leadership, and that's when it could begin to collapse.
Given that this issue of Iranian affairs, the Iranian nuclear program, is an issue so close to you and your career path and things you've been saying over the years, did the Trump administration reach out to you at all with regard to this?
Well, let me put it this way. I spoke to certain people in the administration. I wouldn't want to reveal their names for fear of damaging their careers with the White House. But look, I think there was a very broad consensus, certainly within the Republican Party, that striking the nuclear program was the right thing to do. Again, not just simply because of Israel, but because of the proliferation threat that Iran posed around the world.
Now, you were present, just moving on to the NATO summit last week at The Hague. You were present at the July 2018 NATO summit, at which President Trump lambasted alliance members for not spending enough. He's just got them to commit to 5% of GDP spend on defence. Do you think this NATO summit at The Hague is going to go down as having been a success?
Well, I think making the commitment is a success, although in 2014, when they made the 2% of GDP commitment, that wasn't carried through 10 years later, which was the goal. So we'll see what happens. I think it's a step that's necessary in a very dangerous and challenging world. But making the commitment is easy. Following through on it is the difficult part.
Does that summit and the unanimity we saw, this sort of the sense of harmony, does that send out a message, do you think, to the wider world, in particular to hostile powers?
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, we still have a hot war in Ukraine because of the Russian aggression. I'm sure that China has watched very carefully what happened in the Middle East this week and watched the NATO summit. And by and large, I think they should be far more cautious in their behavior in light of this week.
Just lastly, a new label for President Trump emerged at that summit during his exchange with the NATO Secretary General. Daddy. What do you think of that?
Well, fortunately, that wasn't an American assertion that came from the Secretary General of NATO. I'm sure that'll go down as a meme in social media history, but that's not really how I think most people in the U.S. view their role in the world.
You don't look at President Trump as being a father figure?
For goodness sakes, no.
Perhaps not for the rest of the NATO alliance members either. You don't think he looks at them as sort of perhaps being, in a childhood sort of setting, in a brawl setting? That seems to be what Mark Rutte was getting at.
Right. Well, maybe he does, but I don't think the rest of us do. I think they're adults too.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us, Ambassador John Bolton. A pleasure talking to you. Well, my guest today is Francesca Albanese, who is the UN's Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the Occupied Palestinian Territories. She was the first woman to be appointed to this position in May 2022. Then, 17 months later, we all know what happened on the 7th of October 2023. Well, her role as the UN's Special Rapporteur has just been renewed, extending her mandate until April 2028. Francesca Albanese, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just first of all, how do you see your role? What does it entail as far as you're concerned?
Yeah, thanks for having me. So as a Special Rapporteur of the United Nations, I am appointed by the member states of the UN sitting in the Human Rights Council to monitor, document and report on human rights violations taking place in the occupied Palestinian territory, so the territory that Israel has occupied for 57 years now. The Gaza Strip is Jerusalem and the West Bank. And I would have to produce 2 reports per year after visiting the occupied Palestinian territory, but I am prevented from doing so by Israel.
Okay, we're going to talk a bit more about that, and we're also going to talk about your latest report in just a moment. But I just want to ask you to cast your mind back to the 7th of October 2023. You were in that position already, as I said in the introduction. What went through your mind as that news broke?
It was a horrible, horrible day because there was enormous violence against the Israelis. It was quite new as a scene, and it was shocking all the more. And so it was a day of very strong feelings, a day of revolt inside, because I didn't know how I would do this. I would continue to do this job. But it took me a few hours to come back to senses and realize that this violent event, was the product of over 70 years of violence and depredation of Palestine and the Palestinians, and it had to be resolved as soon as possible. This was the opportunity to go and resolve the root causes of all violence in the land between the river and the sea, which is an illegal occupation turned into apartheid, and unfortunately now escalating into a genocide.
Okay, we're going to talk about some of those legal definitions in a moment, like genocide, because I know you have a legal background. But I just want to ask you before that, we were saying in the introduction your mandate has just been renewed. Obviously, in Israel, not everyone is happy about that. We heard Danny Danon, the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, saying, quote, "The renewal of Francesca Albanese's mandate is a disgrace and a moral stain on the United Nations. Albanese is a notorious anti-Semite who has repeatedly expressed not only biased views against Israel, but also hateful rhetoric targeting the Jewish people as a whole." I'm sure you saw that. What do you say to that?
No, I didn't. I hadn't seen it. But, I've been receiving these attacks since even before becoming a special rapporteur. First of all, the real disgrace for the United Nations is that there are 60,000 people who have been killed in 20 months, and Gaza has been turned into a meat grinder, and it continues under our eyes. And while member states start uttering words of condemnation while trading with one hand in weapons and trading with goods and with the other. So this is the real disgrace. Then Francesca Albanese being an anti-Semite, not really. I mean, criticism of the state of Israel is all the more necessary given the crimes that it commits institutionally and structurally against the Palestinians. It's not my fault. It's a fact, and it's a responsibility I have from the United Nations. Then the weaponization of anti-Semitism is vile, because anti-Semitism exists. It's real as Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian racism, but weaponizing it to justify crimes against a virtually defenseless population, it's really ludicrous.
You talk about the current reality in Gaza, and we've been reporting extensively on that here on Al Arabiya. We heard an official at the ICRC describing the situation there as worse than hell. Is that roughly how you view the situation there?
Yeah, I think. Look, again, I've not set foot in Gaza in the last years, but I've had my eyes and ears on Gaza for over 600 days, and it's been horrible. I really don't understand how we keep functioning with all what we have seen, which is not just, and I'm not saying just in order to downplay what I'm saying, but I've seen on the one hand the brutality, unleashed against the Palestinians as a people in all its forms. It's been really vicious. But on the other hand, I've also collected evidence on the people who have done it. And the executioners of this genocide are really young people, and young Israelis, and who have been turned into political pawns in an ideological war in order to gain what? Land. It's all about the land.
And as you said at the beginning, this is a land that you're not able to visit. And I'm just assuming that in your capacity as a special rapporteur, that must be extremely frustrating for you, isn't it?
Well, what is frustrating is the fact that this is a situation that is not new. This has been ongoing the occupation has been ongoing for 57 years during which Israel has been allowed to build colonies after colonies, which are a war crime, to forcibly displace the Palestinians, which amounts to a crimes against humanity, in perpetuity, without ever being accountable. This is frustrating. It's also frustrating to see member states condemning but not following suit with words, and we know why, because Israel is so entangled in our economy through the United States, but not only. It's very difficult to disentangle Israel from the purchase of weapons that takes place from India to Europe, and from the financial interests that are connected to this. It has very much to do with profits. This is frustrating. And of course, it's also frustrating to see member states that nowadays the best thing they can come up with is the two-state solution. What an affront to the Palestinians who are dying. What an affront to the Israelis who have died. What an affront to those who really want peace and know that peace cannot happen without full respect of human rights of everyone, and keep on talking about a political process that they don't even believe in, because we know that many European countries are not ready to recognize the state of Palestine. They're just ready to put money on the capacity building of the Palestinian Authority, which means kicking the can in the air in perpetuity. So this is what is really frustrating for me.
Are there any historical parallels that you can draw in your mind to what's happening in Gaza right now?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't think that this is, to understand this, what is happening to the Palestinians, one needs to understand what 500 years of colonialism, of European-led colonialism have done to the world. I mean, millions of people have been genocided from Australia, Canada, the United States. What we call liberal democracies today are all countries birthed from genocides of indigenous people, controlling the land, controlling the resources, displacing the indigenous, replacing them with the settlers. It's so different from what's happening to Palestine. What is shocking is that it's happening in 2025. We have had 70 years plus of international human rights system, and still, and again, the international law is as strong as the will of states to implement it. And it's clear today that, again, commercial interests come before the life of people. But if I have to think of a parallel as well, as a European, I'm very, I was brought up with a lesson learned, what we thought were the lesson learned from the Holocaust that we committed, from the genocide that we committed in our own land, on our own European soil. The Jewish people, together with the Roma and Sinti, and together with the disabled people, were exterminated because they were the other, compared to the idea of the pure race. That was not something that traveled across some crazy people with something like the Nazis. It's something that was tolerated by the society, because the Jewish people were our brothers and sisters, taken away from our cities, kicked out of civil life through regular laws. I mean, in my country, we kicked out the Jewish people of ordinary civil life with the racial laws, preventing them to take part on civil life, to work in universities, in hospitals, etc. This is how genocide starts. It doesn't. We fail to understand that genocide is not about the means, the concentration camps, rather than the machetes. Genocide is the intentional destruction of a people as such. And what we have done to the Jewish people reminds me of what is happening today to the Palestinians, starving them, torturing them, raping them to death, while everyone is watching. Everyone is watching, from Europe to the United States to the Arab region. And is it possible that no one, 191 member states, other than the United States and Israel, 191 member states cannot stop it altogether?
You raised some interesting points, and I wanted to get back to the word genocide, because you've used it on a number of occasions already, just a few short minutes into this interview. I want to ask you, you've got this background as a legal scholar, and I'd like to ask you what legal basis supports this claim that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Just in terms of the label and the terminology, talk us through that.
Yeah. First of all, I mean, had we had this interview in March or April or May 2024, I mean, I would understand your question, because back then I was pretty much a lone voice together with other special rapporteurs talking of genocide. But today there seems to be a growing consensus about that. The Commission of Inquiry on Israel-Palestine of the UN recognized acts of genocide. The Special Committee of the UN on Israeli Practices has recognized that Israel is committing genocide. Amnesty International has produced a 300-page report saying that Israel is committing genocide. Forensic Architecture has provided a 800-page report documenting the cartography of a genocide. There are Israeli genocide Holocaust scholars who are saying that we cannot avoid the reality that Israel is committing genocide. So let me unpack it. What constitutes genocide is explained at Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, which refers to the genocide is the intentional destruction of a group as such. And the Palestinians are a group as such who's been recognized at risk of genocide already by the International Court of Justice in January 2024. Israel has been ordered measure to stop its genocidal acts that could be genocidal, like acts of killing, infliction of severe bodily and mental harm, like torture or sadism against the targeted group, or creation of conditions of life calculated to bring about destruction among the group, or the prevention of birth, like destroying the fertility clinic. So this is what constitutes genocide. Israel has received provisional measures ordered by the ICJ in January, in March, in May. There have been resolutions calling for a ceasefire already in June last year. Nothing has stopped. The thing is that how can you miss the genocidal intent when it has been declared, said, there have been called for destruction of Gaza, not uninvolved civilians, there is no one innocent, even the children are involved. There has been an increasing upfront call to kill kids in Gaza. And it's not just that they've said it. They've done it. Israel has the most sophisticated, one of the most sophisticated armies in the world. So every missile it launches, it's for a purpose. And the reason why this attack on Gaza has been totally disproportionate, totally indiscriminate, totally in disregard of the principle of proportionality of military action, has turned Gaza has pulverized Gaza. So Gaza has been destroyed. And one response for genocide, not just for the actions, but for the omissions. So this is not just the responsibility, in my view, of two members of the government who are now wanted, one current, one past, who are wanted by the ICC for crimes against humanity and war crimes, which can well coexist in a genocidal climate, in a genocidal spectrum. Okay. But what have the other members of the government done? Supported it? What have the members of the parliament done? Encouraging the raping of Palestinians in jail, the killing of children. And what has the judiciary done? What is the population, the majority population in Israel doing while a minority protests against it? So again, I don't know what else does Israel need to do to be found guilty of genocide. Okay,
so let me ask you this. Who, in your opinion, bears the greatest responsibility for the humanitarian catastrophe which we can see on our screens in Gaza? Does it rest with one person, or to whom do you attribute full responsibility?
No, I don't think, as I said, it doesn't rest with one person. Genocide is a collective endeavor. It's never an act, it's a process. And indeed, my deepest regret as a special rapporteur is that I had been alerted already in 2023 by some Israeli Holocaust studies scholars that the situation was included precursors of genocide. Had I been as knowledgeable as I am now on genocide, I would have totally sided with them. Instead, I ignored that. But what Israel was doing to the Palestinians, the extrajudicial killings without accountability ever, the forced displacement, the segregation, the mass incarceration, the dehumanization against the Palestinians was one of the extreme. So the responsibility for it rests first and foremost with Israel. With Israel as a state, there is no question about that. And it's just, unfortunately, it takes time for people to come around and realize what they're doing. We have never been good at complying with that with that obligation in the Genocide Convention, that is to prevent genocide. How do you prevent genocide if people deny that? Even when there was the ICJ advisory, even when there was an ICJ set of provisional measures saying Israel risks to be committing genocide, or there is a plausible risk of irreparable harm for the Palestinians under the Genocide Convention, no one really halted the transfer of weapons. No one really imposed the sanctions on Israel. So you see, it's an whole system. It looks like a joint criminal enterprise. Of course, there are states who are very responsible, like the United States, and of course, its responsibility should be assessed on a judicial level. But at the same time, other states, what are they doing? There are states who are continuing to provide weapons, and they should be their governments should be investigated for complicity with genocide as soon as possible.
Now, it's reported that you have been targeted because you're outspoken. We can hear that. You've got strong opinions and you're extremely passionate about this cause. Tell us about those threats and the fact that you've been targeted. Who's targeted you and what form have the threats taken?
I push back on the fact that I have strong opinions and I'm passionate. First, because they're both incorrect. They're both mischaracterization. I don't have strong opinions. I have a strong sense of what is international law, and I take seriously the commitment to serve the Human Rights Council as I've been requested. The sense I don't have a cause. I'm not committed to a cause at all. I mean, I've never engaged on the question of Palestine as an activist. Yes, I've dealt with the question of Palestinian refugees, Palestinian forced displacement, but I didn't know as much as I do know now on Palestine itself, like the occupied Palestinian territory. Even if I've lived there, I've been there serving UNRWA and serving Palestinian refugees. So the thing is that I'm not passionate. I am disgusted. This is what I am, by the failure of the international system for which I, like many, have given really my best years. I've really believed in it and I want it to work. So it's quite different.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Because I stand corrected. Firm, objective, and speaking with integrity, I'm threatened. Yes, but like many.
But tell me about the threats that you've faced. I wanted to ask you specifically because it's reported that you have been threatened for expressing the opinions you express and for doing the work you do. Just tell us about that.
I think it's pretty obvious, the fact that I'm accused of being an anti-Semite, while on the other hand, having the support, the appreciation, really there is a cocoon of Jewish organizations, Jewish scholars, Jewish people around me. So this has been a real source of strength for me from the very beginning of my mandate. But being accused of as an anti-Semite, as a European, with the past I have, with the sense of consciousness that I have of what we have done, what is our past, it's very heavy. So this has been, or saying that I'm a pro-terror, that I've incited terrorism against Israel, or saying that I have not condemned the crimes that have been committed against Israelis on October 7. These are pure lies, or that I've taken money. I'm doing what I'm doing as a volunteer. I've even put my teaching and my work aside to deal with this, because genocide is something as enormous as anything I've ever done. So because of this, I do receive threats. There are individual threats that have come my way, various means. And then there are the threats coming from member states who create a violent environment against me, because they really point at me like an evil person, and this is a situation. This is incitement to violence against me. I've arrived to the United States, and for days there were billboards in Times Square and other places with my face, and I was accused of being an anti-Semite or a pro-terrorist, And again, it's very heavy, but at the same time, what can I do? This is what everyone, from students to faculty members to journalists to activists, this is what everyone daring to criticize Israel and the system that today is covering up for Israel as to endure.
So I take the point, and you face threats and harsh words, and I can imagine that can be frightening as well. And I'm wondering if it puts you off. But there are people, obviously large numbers of people, who support what you're doing. What do Palestinians say when they meet you? What sort of things do they say to you?
Thank you. So it's quite emotional, because I understand. I mean, I feel sorry for them that they need internationals to speak about what they're enduring, because they have a strong voice. They are an incredible, noble people, and strongly intellectually from our point of view, and they have been the victims of our misery. our human misery. I mean, what the Palestinians are enduring speak to our failure, not to theirs. Speak to our lack of humanity, not to theirs. Then, no, absolutely. There is a total outpour of love wherever I go. So this is why I'm saying, yes, the threats are there, and I don't want to talk too much about that because I don't want to give even more ideas to people to become vile toward me and, let's say, my private life. There is so much love. Where I live in Tunisia, where I travel to other Arab countries, or in Europe, wherever I go, there are people really crying when they see me, which is pretty astonishing. But this is the reality. It's a time that has broken many souls.
Yeah, I wonder how history is going to look back on this chapter. But just to wrap up our conversation, what's your message to world leaders right now?
Why are you doing that? It's not yours. The planet is not yours. The world is not yours. Try to think that you're not going to be here for a long time. This is what I would say to the world leaders, knowing that they wouldn't care much. What I feel like doing is sending a message to those who are not traditional leaders, like those who do not control armaments, do not control huge capitals, who do not control algorithms, and have only to lose if they stay in this watching passive mode in the time of a genocide. Yes, as you say, how will history look at us? The point is not how history will look at us. How can we look at ourselves in the mirror when another people is really losing everything? It's time to sacrifice a little bit of our time, a little bit of our comfort in order for these people not to be completely annihilated. But also, if we think that what's happening to the Palestinians is going to be limited to the Palestinians, we're really naive. Our societies will be next.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the Occupied Palestinian Territories. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
So, what's next for diplomacy? What might Iran's next moves be? And just how much damage has been inflicted on Iran's nuclear program? Well, we're joined now by General David Petraeus, who is the former director of the CIA, a position he held during a pivotal period. During his 37-year-long military career, he led key missions, including the Iraq surge, US Central Command and coalition forces in Afghanistan. He's also the co-author of the best-selling book, Conflict, The Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you for joining us, General Petraeus.
Good to be with you, Tom.
You have described the damage inflicted by the United States and Israel on Iran's nuclear program as being very, very substantial. Would you go as far as to say it's been obliterated?
Well, I think there are some unknowns still that would lead me to stick with what I originally assessed as very, very substantial. That's a lot, obviously. We don't know, though, how much was done inside the mountain of Fordo. I think, again, very significant, but that'll require some time to determine. And we're not sure also whether there might be some of the highly enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium that may have been stored elsewhere outside of Natanz, Fordo, and possibly Esfahan, as well as some centrifuges that could enrich it further, of course, to weapons grade being over 90%. So I think that's the reason for hedging a bit on this. The bomb damage assessment process takes time. It takes all sources of intelligence, everything that you can bring together and synthesize, integrate, to reach a conclusion about how significant the damage actually has been and whether there still is some enrichment capacity and some highly enriched uranium to enrich.
Okay, so we still don't have all the evidence. We haven't got the full damage reports. Doesn't sound to me like you think we've seen the last of Iran's nuclear ambitions. What are your thoughts?
I think that's probably correct. In fact, what I would love to see now, the best case of all would be that Iran would agree to a nuclear accord that would essentially ban any enrichment of uranium in Iran. It would also allow the International Atomic Energy Agency to verify that, to oversee the process of the dismantling of all of their nuclear enrichment architecture, and allow them to go anywhere they want at any time in the process of so doing. I'm not sure that Iran will do that. I would suspect that that's probably not the case. But then I think Iran needs to do a little bit of reflection and recognize that it is in an exceedingly weak position, given that all of its air and ballistic missile defenses those have been obliterated, I think it's fair to say, given that not a single Israeli aircraft nor American aircraft was even hit, much less shot down during the 12 days of this campaign.
Do you think there's an element of risk here that perhaps these events might have accelerated Iran towards trying to create a nuclear deterrent? I mean, they could argue they need one more than ever, given what's happened in Iran in the last 2 weeks.
One can make that argument. Sure, there's risk in everything, but there's also enormous risk to them if they were to be revealed as doing that. And once again, you'd see another devastating air campaign unleashed on them. And keep in mind that when you put together Mossad, CIA, NSA, other intelligence organizations, there are quite good, as they say, insights into what's going on in Iran. After all, look at what Israel did to reportedly 14 nuclear scientists, all pinpointed and identified and taken out. The same with a number of the leaders of the military and then the Revolutionary Guards Corps and so forth. So that should give them considerable pause, I think, and probably they should conclude that it would be a very bad idea were they to try to enrich to weapons-grade uranium.
Yeah, I mean, just picking up on that, I mean, I'd like to ask you, I mean, clearly very close coordination between Israel and the United States on intel, on military matters. How would you describe the overall mission and this joint force when it comes to collective intelligence?
Well, the intelligence and military relationships have always been very strong between the U.S. and Israel, and they were made even stronger when Israel was included as part of the U.S. Central Command as opposed to the European Command, which was really sort of a hangover from the past. In a sense, I guess that they thought that the individual who's commanding Central Command should be focused, if you will, on the Arabs and others in the Middle East, and that European Command could look after the Israelis. That was changed a number of years ago. That relationship has improved ever since dramatically, literally operating hand in glove when it comes to this kind of endeavor. And that's been very, very good, as it turns out, in operational terms, as we have seen with this very, very impressive 12-day campaign by Israel, and also the very impressive strikes by the United States.
And there was talk of a rift between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump in the weeks preceding the first Israel strikes. Do you think that rift was somehow manufactured to add a little bit more sort of a surprise element?
Not necessarily. There have been rifts between presidents of the U.S. and prime ministers of Israel as long as I can remember. There were rifts when I was the commander of Central Command, and we still had a relationship at that time, although they were not formally part of our area of responsibility. There was a rift when I was the director of the CIA, and it didn't affect the relationship with Mossad at all, nor did the rift previous to that affect the military relationship. Those have always been very, very strong, and they have clearly stayed very strong. One other point I might make about Iran sprinting to a bomb if they have some HEU left and some centrifuges that can enrich it. I don't believe that they have the capability anymore to metallize it. Esfahan, that facility, which was hit, was one of the three sites the U.S. hit. In this case, it was hit with cruise missiles launched from a submarine after Israel had already hit it very hard. That's the site where some critical parts of the enrichment process take place. They turn the uranium into something that can be actually enriched in the beginning And then at the end of the process, if it's at weapons grade, they turn it into the kind of metal that can actually be shaped into a nuclear device. I don't think that they have that capability anymore as a result of the strikes on Isfahan. But again, that's another of the unknowns that is out there.
Sure. I mean, events move very quickly during the course of the last couple of weeks. I mean, within hours of an Iranian attack on a US military base here in the Middle East, President Trump was brokering a ceasefire with Iran. I mean, were you surprised by the pace of events? And did you think perhaps things were perhaps a little on the hasty side as far as President Trump's handling of all this?
I was a bit, to be candid, although there are, as always, elements of the decision-making process and factors that led to that aren't always clearly apparent to all the rest of us. One of those undoubtedly had to do with the opportunity for Israel to refurbish, to replenish its interceptor stocks for intercepting the Iranian missiles. Iran's missiles are dramatically reduced as a result of both their use and then a number of those that have been struck in warehouses and on launch pads, as have been their numbers of launchers. Nonetheless, that gets a bit concerning over time. You know, how many missiles and launchers does Iran have relative to how many interceptors does Israel have? And I'm sure that Israel is making the very most of this opportunity to manufacture more and more and more of those interceptors to be sure, absolutely certain, that they never run out before Iran does.
Do you ever offer any advice to the Trump administration? I mean, have you ever been asked for it? And is it at all common for a former CIA director to be asked for advice by an administration?
Well, yeah, in fact, the director of the CIA called me in a month or two ago, supposed to be 30 minutes, and I left after an hour and 20 minutes. So, sure, those who served in positions before you did often will reach out. That's customary, and it takes place. Depends, obviously, on the relationship between the incumbent and the alumnus of that position.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I mean, just sort of before we move on from the 12-day war, as it's been dubbed, some people, we spoke to John Bolton yesterday, former US National Security Advisor, seem to suggest perhaps they could have gone further. The Israelis and the Americans could have gone further and perhaps, quote, finished the job. Do you tend to agree with John Bolton?
I was just with him yesterday, as a matter of fact. In fact, we were on stage together at Aspen Ideas. I have generally been a bit more cautious about that than he has, the possibilities for that. Certainly, there are elements within Iran that might want to break off. That's something different than regime change, but that's something we should keep an eye on. There are obviously Kurds, there are Turkmen, there are Azeris, there are Arabs, there are Baluchis, and at least 4 of those 5 are contiguous to countries or regions, in the case of Kurdish regional government, that with which they might feel more affinity than the government in Tehran. When it comes to overall regime change, however, I think that's pretty tough to envision other than from within the regime. Typically, when these situations occur, when a regime is weakened to the point that it might be overthrown, the individual or group that's on top at the end of it when the dust settles is the one that has the most effective and charismatic leader and the most guys with the most guns. And in this case, there's no real opposition leader who has emerged. If he had, he'd be in prison or dead. Although we should note that Israel did bomb the entrance of the prison that holds most of the political prisoners of Iran. But again, there's not that figure out there. There's not the kind of robust organization, weapons, and so forth that could materialize. So I'm a bit cautious about the prospects for outside overthrow of this regime. But you could always envision someone inside the regime at a reasonably high position who could say, you know, this 86 or 87-year-old guy is about to die anyway. Why don't we influence the succession process a bit here, or something along those lines. But I think we should be cautious about hopes that this might usher in an opportunity for a Jeffersonian Democrat to ride in on a white horse and take over, and recognize that all of this support for proxies and nuclear enrichment and so forth has been incredibly damaging to their country.
Sure, and President Trump himself seemed hesitant and possibly anti-regime change, a bit like what you're saying. I mean, do you think, though, at the end of the 12-day war, Iran poses less of a threat to the region and to U.S. interests than it did before the war started?
Oh, absolutely, sure. And you have to remember that over the course since 7 October, you've seen Hezbollah dramatically degraded. Its leadership not just decapitated at the very top, but decimated. Thousands of leaders had those pagers that blew up in their faces when they tried to decrypt that message that caused the explosion. And the next day, of course, their only remaining means of communication, the walkie-talkies, blew up as well. It is much, much reduced from what it was before. And because of the overthrow of the Bashar al-Assad regime, the murderous Iran ally, because he is gone to Moscow, presumably, now you have leadership in Syria, still very much an incomplete task to consolidate the control. But Syria is not an Iranian ally at this point in time and will not allow Iran, as Iran used to be able to do, to transit Syrian soil with weapons, ammunition, missiles, rockets, and the implements for making more in manufacturing facilities and bases that Iran controlled in Syria. So that's a very significant change also.
Sure.
Beyond that, Hamas obviously is dramatically degraded. That is by no means over. There's still a lot of work to do, and the three objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu set out to achieve still have not been achieved, nor has a fourth one that I believe should be achieved, and that is to provide a better life for the Palestinian people in Gaza without Hamas in their lives. And the strategy they're employing will not achieve the first three, much less the final fourth one. And then the Shia militia in Iraq seem to be taking a knee to a degree, perhaps trying to avoid some kind of upset in the months leading up to the election there. And the Houthis seem to be a bit degraded as well. And I doubt that Iran has much to share with any of them at this point, having been so substantially degraded itself. And keep in mind, again, that Iran's air and ballistic missile defense, for all intents and purposes, has been obliterated. And that means that Israel, if it needs to, can fly at will once again above Iran, as long as it stays out of the range of the heavy machine gun air defense weapons, and inflict further damage on Iran as is necessary.
And just mentioning Syria there, as you did, I just wonder what you thought of reports that Israel could normalize ties with Syria and Lebanon. I mean, is that something you would expect to see perhaps during the months ahead?
It would be a wonderful development, I think. Lebanon clearly is still a relatively new government. The degradation of Hezbollah and reduction of its influence allowed the selection of a president after a year of wrangling, allowed the parliament to move forward, allowed the Lebanese armed forces to move into that area between the northern border of Israel and the Litani River, the area from which Hezbollah was raining down rockets on Israeli citizens, some 70 or 80,000 of whom were not able to stay in their homes for well over a year. But let's see how the political situation develops there. Likewise in Syria, I've been impressed that the leader who overthrew Bashar al-Assad, who I should acknowledge was in our detention facility in Iraq during the surge, then to be sure was with ISIS, then broke off from them, Al-Qaeda, and then broke off from them. He is saying the right things, and I think we should give him every opportunity to actually implement what it is that he has been saying, which in essence is to say that this should be a government that represents all the peoples of Syria, a country through which, as you know, many of the ethnic and sectarian and tribal fault lines of the Middle East run, and that there should indeed be majority rule, but also minority rights very clearly guarded. And I'd love to see that come about in Syria after many decades of the al-Assads running it as their own little fiefdom in a very, very brutal and murderous fashion.
One of the things that emerged in the run-up to the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites was a lot of debate about whether or not the United States should get involved in what was perceived as being potentially another forever war in a faraway land. I mean, this aversion in the United States amongst the public and amongst people in President Trump's own party seems to be a legacy, doesn't it, of what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Sure it does. Yeah. No, those are long wars. They were tough. We, by the way, didn't need to leave Afghanistan when we did. That was very sustainable. That was a big mistake. And I said so publicly at the time that we would come to regret it. And I hope that we have. We've plunged the country back into the kind of 7th or 8th century interpretation of ultra-conservative Islam, to the regret, I am sure, of at least 50% of the population, if not much more than that. But be that as it may, those are tough, long, hard wars. We did have Iraq in a very good position when our final combat forces left in late 2011. And tragically, the government of Iraq then pursued highly sectarian actions that undid a good bit of what it is that we all had fought together and sacrificed together to achieve. Regardless, those were tough. And I think you have lessons of the most visceral experiences that one has seen during one's lifetime. And this is a case where that is true. In fact, I wrote my PhD dissertation at Princeton on the American military and the lessons of Vietnam, another very tough war, which actually overshadowed some of what we did early on in Iraq, to its detriment, I would add as well.
Yeah, but do you think the fact that the US public is a bit war weary and they're fed up with these forever wars is the right driver to shape US foreign policy? Isn't it the wrong way round?
Well, it depends on what it is you're contemplating. I mean, Syria is not a long war for the United States. We have no boots on the ground. There's no intent to overthrow the regime, as was the explicit case in both Afghanistan, because the Taliban refused to turn over al-Qaeda. They were sheltering, and because, of course, the murderous regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. This is a totally different war. People should recognize that. I think President Trump has gone to some lengths to explain that, because there is a part of each party in the United States that is, again, absolutely averse to anything that would look like in Iraq or in Afghanistan again. But this is all part of understanding the domestic sources, the domestic factors that play into the determination of foreign policy, not just in the United States, but in any country.
And do you think President Trump should try to engage with Iran? Do you think the Trump administration will engage with Iran? I mean, there's talk about perhaps an Iranian delegation visiting the White House. Do you see that as likely?
Well, I think there should be some preliminaries before that happens, to be sure. But no, I think there should be engagement with Iran. It would be wonderful. Again, if the Iranian leadership could recognize how ruinous their policies have been for the people of Iran, 80% of whom presumably oppose what the regime has done and how it has gone about it. This is a country with extraordinary potential that has repeatedly failed to live up to that potential because they're too busy trying to cause mischief and problems and mayhem in other parts of the region. We should recognize, by the way, as well, that Israel is truly changed because of 10/7 in its strategic outlook. It will never again allow a threat to materialize, not just in neighboring countries, but also in the region if it has the capabilities that Iran has demonstrated. So I think absolutely they should sit down. They should absolutely give up their nuclear effort. If they want to do civilian nuclear power, we or others can provide the uranium to fuel that. But otherwise, they should have no nuclear enrichment, and the IAEA should have full rights to go anywhere at any time to verify that that establishment has been completely dismantled.
Aren't you concerned, though, that Israel has slightly overreached when you consider all of the campaigns that Israel's been involved in across the region, Yemen, Iran, Lebanon, Syria, the Palestinian territories? I mean, does that sound to you like overreach?
It sounds to me like the response of a country that has experienced the most horrible day in its entire history, the worst day for Jews since the Holocaust, the worst intelligence mistake in their entire history, and there were others, of course, the Yom Kippur War among them, the worst military readiness failure, the response was wholly inadequate, and the worst political miscalculation. And that's why I mentioned they have changed their strategic outlook. And I think that that is appropriate. Think about what took place on that day, what they experienced, the losses. Keep in mind that we lost not quite 3,000 on 9/11. The equivalent losses for us of what they sustained for their population would be over 40,000 killed and 7,000 taken hostage. So no, I don't think that that is necessarily overreach. Iran has long been at the root of all of these problems as well, with its murderous proxies. I should note that hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers were killed in Iraq by the explosively formed penetrators that the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guards Corps provided to Iraqi Shia militia who were funded, trained, and guided by those in Tehran.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, just to wrap up this conversation, overall, how would you rate the Trump administration on foreign policy? Does the world feel like a safer place with President Trump in the White House?
Well, I think it's still very much a work in progress. We saw an astonishing gathering of NATO leaders, for example, just last week. I don't think anyone ever could have imagined that a U.S. president could get NATO leaders to do what they did, which was to commit to not just 2% of GDP on defense, but to 3.5%. Yes, it's over a period of time, to be sure, but that is very, very encouraging. And for me in particular, having been a NATO guy, if you will, having a NATO hat position as a 1-star, 3-star, 4-star, while also having a U.S. hat, and having watched repeatedly presidents of either party in the U.S. rail at the insufficient spending on defense by Europeans, and all of a sudden you see them make that commitment. And it'll be 5% if you add in other ancillary actions and tasks that help support the movement of combat power to the Eastern Front, if you will, in Europe and so on. So I think that's very, very significant. The tariffs very much still out there waiting to be resolved. The sooner, of course, that they can be resolved, the better. The smaller that they are in general, also very much the better. That's still quite disruptive, and it creates enormous uncertainty among consumers in the United States as well as countries overseas that are dependent on trade with the United States. In the Middle East, I think, again, still very much a work in progress, but a very encouraging set of results from that particular work.
Okay, well, we've covered a number of topics. We could have covered a number more, but thank you very much in the meantime to General David Petraeus, former director of the CIA. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
think people are going to have their hearts broken and put back together in this film. I think they're going to be able to watch the characters of Elphaba and Glinda and see themselves and see them with their own friends and have this beautiful story of friendship kind of come to a close. I'm very excited.
Wicked is like a family to me now. It means that my family has just grown. I think every time you step onto a movie set, especially something like Wicked, it's always amazing. Something is always different because the story has evolved and the characters have evolved and they've all grown in different ways. And then there's also introduction of new characters. So every day is a lovely surprise. And I think one of the scenes that I really was very nostalgic about was the wedding scene, because I did Crazy Rich Asians with John M. Chu. And now I think he must be the most famous director from setting up the most incredible, glamorous wedding. I think everyone will find a different message for themselves because the complexities of emotions, of different paths that you can choose to take is different for each person. I think it will be different for you and for myself. So find your message.
The women's performances, the score is incredible. I think the music production on the album is amazing. The world continues to be built in such a beautiful way. There's so much to enjoy, and it's all John M. Chu, the director, so we have him to thank. He's the true magician, I think.
It's just like such a wide audience. I'm used to smaller community theater, and this is very much wide scale, so it's been overwhelming, but really, really great. People hopefully seeing little pockets of themselves along the way, reflecting maybe, having their viewpoints change and be open to change in general, I think.
Wildly amazing. How the feedback from the first movie, amazing. We know that a lot of fans have been already fervently enrolled from the stage play for the last 20 years. It's a phenomenon. And their anticipation for this first movie was big, but their satisfaction and delight and ecstasy has been palpable and delightful to see. But the second one, I think, is a masterpiece of a movie, and I think they're going to go out of their minds. I can't wait to see it again. I've seen it once in a little screening room. I can't wait to see it with an audience. I can't wait to feel what the whole group reaction will be, because I think it's going to be amazing. Ariane and Cynthia, I can't wait for them to see their spectacular performances. Nobody acts better than they do, and nobody sings at the same time better than they do. I can't wait for them to see that. I have a song called Wonderful that I do with the two of them. I cherish that, and the way the whole thing ends is something else.
It's a filmmaker's dream to make something that people want to see. And the fact that they've taken it into their lives, they've made creative things because of it, that they've gathered their friends and made costumes and put on sing-alongs. Like, this is what movies do. They bring people together, and I love that I'm either a little part of that. The amazing epic landscapes that have even grown even further, our production design, our costume design, and of course Cynthia and Ariana. These two are gifts to the world by the heavens. They are channeling something greater from their hearts, their talents, and I love capturing moments of that, little glimpses. They got a lot more to give to us, but the fact that I got to put little jars out, and then now I get to give that to the world, just wait till you see these two.
We hope people connect with these two women in a different way. They've grown up. They are dealing with the consequences of their decisions from the last time. And this is sort of like the culmination of everything that they've been through. We really hope that people connect with this last part of the journey and understand that these girls still love each other, and hopefully people will fall in love with them again.
It's been amazing. It's been the most beautiful experience. We shot both films at the first time, and it was extraordinary. And we've stayed in touch all the time. Everyone thinks, oh, what, do they talk anymore? Of course we talk anymore.
This all started when the Joker and I broke up.
It was completely mutual. And soon enough, I was back on my feet, ready to embrace the fierce goddess within.
Such a pleasure to talk to the both of you. To quote her, it was fantabulous to watch it yesterday because, you know, it's the kind of film that gives you energy. I don't know how to explain it, but was it the same on set because it's such a fast-paced kind of shoot?
It was, and it was very fast-paced when we were shooting. I mean, just the parameters we had, we were shooting on location a lot of the time, so it was like, quick, get it done, we're losing the light, or like we lose our street closure in 15 minutes. So it had very much had that kinetic feel on set as well, and that always seeps into the scenes, I think. Plus, anytime you have an ensemble cast, I think there's so much going on, and there's so many people in every scene, and it's just... We really wanted Gotham to feel populated. We didn't want to just have, you know, a few characters. There are quieter moments, but for the most part, it's pretty, you know, chaotic. So yeah, it had that feel on set as well in a really fun way.
But it turns out I wasn't the only dame in Gotham looking for emancipation.
Did you realize from the start that this ensemble had, you know, so much charisma together? Was it obvious from the start?
Chemistry is something you can't really explain or force. It's either there or it's not, and we actually really like each other.
Yeah, everyone's
nice.
Cool, and like we all get along. It's easy, and you can have like a grouping of actors where everyone's extremely good at their job, but for some reason you just don't have that alchemy, and that's why I feel like chemistry reads are so important, and we knew that the grouping was going to be so important.
He's after all of us. We can't just rob him. You betrayed him. You killed his BFF.
What?
You are so cool.
Obviously, we discovered her in Suicide Squad, but this is a full-blast discovery of in and out Harley Quinn. How much of a pleasure is it for you to explore her so much, and how much input are you able to put?
It's great. I mean, I love the character so much, and I loved her in the comics, and getting to play her on screen in all these different scenarios, some of which you'll recognize from the comics, others are completely fabricated from Christina's wild and wacky brain. It's a joy because there's endless options when you play Harley. She can kind of do anything.
And I'm here to report a terrible crime.
And what terrible crime is that?
This one.
Kathy told me something that made me laugh. She said because, you know, you had already, taught yourself how to ice skate for Itonia, it was easier for you for the roller skate. But I've done both, and it's not the same thing.
It's not the same at all. Yeah. It's easy when you're not on the skates to be like, sure. And I did the same thing. I was like, oh, the roller skating will be fine because I've done the ice skating.
It's completely different, especially on the four wheels.
Exactly. It's not like I was on rollerblades. I was on roller skates. So it was different, but it did hurt a lot less, I felt. Like when I fell, falling on the concrete hurt less than falling on ice. Neither is great, but I'd take the skates. I'd take the roller skates.
Psychologically speaking, vengeance rarely brings the catharsis we hope for. Yeah. Are we ready?
You blow up, and because you're also a producer, how much does it all work together? Like,
it works really well. I mean, I feel like the two roles complement each other a lot of the time. I can have like an inside view of I can foresee problems before they happen because I'm physically right there, much closer, and on the other side, I feel like I can produce better because I understand what the other actors are going through, perhaps, and kind of obviously have more creative input in that sense because I know the character and I know the world inside out.
Finally, how are you living award season with promoting this film? Obviously, you probably didn't expect both of them to arrive together. You had to miss the Oscar luncheon yesterday.
Yeah, I know, which I went to when I got nominated for Tonya, and it was like one of the most special. It felt like I had a graduation from college or something. It was one of the most special days. So I know it's all kind of happening at the same time right now, but I'm just an exceptionally lucky woman. And
a hard worker. Come on. She busts her ass.
No, on Sunday she's going to compete against herself at the BAFTA.
I know. Yeah. Do you know what my brother said to me this morning? He's like, oh yeah, you're nominated twice for a BAFTA. So even if you won, you'd still lose. I was like, Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
You're a loser either
Yeah,
way.
I was like, that's a lovely spin to put on it. Thanks.
Gotta love brothers.
Yeah, your
Gotta have
family's
families
always
to keep you
real with
grounded.
you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I will see you at the BAFTAs on Sunday, and
Great.
congratulations on everything. No escaping me. I'm like the fourth bird of prey.
Yes.
ما تنسوا تحضروا Birds of Prey كفرايداي ميجا موفي الجمعة ب 28 نوفمبر الساعة 9 بتوقيت السعودية.
It's the lifeblood of this town, and you can't help but, at least from my point of view, be interested in how your opinions match up with other people's, because there's been so many great films this year.
It's also a great place where you can really talk to people and engage a little bit, and it's at this moment where, I don't know, like all of the films have still this kind of life that we are feeding them. And hopefully some of them will, I don't know, will get there and they'll be seen by more people.
I feel like it's just a celebration of storytelling. You know, we have, 4 amazing honorees, but, it's just the amount of talent that gathered all together to celebrate one another is just a really special occasion.
And just to be able to see, I guess other colleagues and people that you admire and aspire to, they're here, and it's a wonderful excitement, and there's just a certain energy in the room.
Everyone tonight is really worthy of this award and worthy of having an Oscar.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the Academy and the Board of Governors for this glorious golden moment in the sun with Oscar.
It means so much. It's a level of respect that is on such a high plane, and from the people in the industry that I work with all the time and with my whole family here. It's like the ultimate recognition that I never really expected to get, and I'm just grateful.
I've had masters and mentors that have trained me, encouraged me, criticized me, given me opportunity, uplifted me, and helped me become the Debbie Allen that you're celebrating tonight.
At the end of a movie, when they roll all those names, and you wonder, who are they? What did they do? They're here.
There's so many people that have been great that went unhonored. Ruby Dee never won that Oscar that she deserved for many, many years. I mean, there's a long laundry list of people that were never honored, but I am carrying them all with me on my shoulders.
They're sort of honoring people who are kind of just, like putting in the yards and doing amazing things.
It's not just famous people that are getting awards, it's also people who've done great humanitarian work or outreach or great producers.
Tom, it's my honor to present you with this Governor Award.
It's about time. He's been doing it for a long time. He chooses great films, and he's always outstanding.
Man, come on. He's a legend. He's been a legend for as long as I can remember.
I want to see Tom Cruise. Yeah, I'm really fascinated by him, and I want to hear what he says. Yes, it's interesting.
Thank you all very much for this honor. I'm deeply grateful. Good night.
I would be a good person too if I grew up in some cozy little impenetrable home. I would have to steal and stab and fib all the goddamn time just to get by.
Talking about everyone else, did you have the feeling that everyone else was waiting for the second season to drop?
Yeah, to be quite honest with you. I did feel the anticipation for season 2. It was so gratifying as we were ending this season Amazon announced that there's going to be a season 3. So this story will continue. I know what we have in the can. I know where this story goes. I know how meaningful it was to me and everybody else that went on this journey in front of and behind the camera. And we gave it everything that we had. And I hope that the fans of it, see in it what we do. Because it doesn't belong to us, really, it belongs to the world. This is a global show. There is a global community of people that have played this game and participated in this world. And now they're, the fans that are the people that watch the show that don't play games at all. So, yeah, I'm just excited for people to see it.
What exactly is it you plan on doing once we find your daddy?
Gonna bring him to justice. So people know that how they conduct themselves matters. And they don't give up hope.
The stuff we fight for, the story has it you used to believe in those things too.
Because every single detail is very specific to the Fallout universe, how amazing are those sets, the mixture of the retro-futuristic and the post-apocalyptic and everything together in a beautiful recipe.
Yes, they're very, very clever in the way that they combine these things. And when you're on a set, you feel like, well, it's a set. It's a magnificent set. But then when you see it realized on film and you watch it on the screen, it somehow becomes this real, tangible, just overwhelming visual experience, which they are so good at. So, that to me is really the joy of it, is when you see it as an audience. That's the best thing.
I wish I had it for 200 years. I've kept myself alive for one reason. To find my family.
How is it to be on those sets, especially in this one, with the whole New Vegas situation and, every single detail is so specific to the Fallout universe?
Howard Cummings is one of the most extraordinary people I've ever met in my life, and how his mind is able to conceive of these spaces. He designs all of these spaces, of course, with Jonathan Nolan and the writer's input, but the tactile world, the analog world in which we get an opportunity to play in every day, never ceases to amaze me. It's real. Is there green screen? Of course. Do we get an opportunity to be on a volume stage? Of course. But most of what you see, most of it is real. That was very, very important to Nolan, and we get to benefit from that greatly.
We're actually beginning to get along.
Try again.
What do you most enjoy about Hank McLean? Obviously, there was the unexpected in season 1. What should we expect for season 2?
I think it's exactly that. I think it's expect the unexpected, because Hank will continue to change and his motivations become clearer in some ways, and his justifications are clear as well to himself, So I think people are going to see other sides of him, and I think in particular they're going to see a little more glee, a little more fun, a little more humor with Hank, something that we really leaned into for season 2. He's enjoying what he's doing, and he makes no bones about, putting it out there.
So this is Vegas, huh? I'd ask why my dad ran into a den of monsters, but he'd probably just tell me to shut the fudge up.
You've been nominated 20 times, so that means you've been at least 20 times to the Oscars. Do you remember a fun year, some particularly, where you took pictures with everyone?
Oh, it's always fun. In the beginning, it was fun because I didn't know anybody, and I just looked at them all as movie stars. And now I tend to go, and I've worked with practically everybody, so it's nice to see them again.
Miranda?
Took you long enough.
tracks are made. The songs are ready. Let's take it from the top.
What's been your turning point, the moment that you felt that acting is for you, or it's something that you really want to pursue a profession in?
I was a sophomore in high school, and my buddy, he's a really good friend of mine, and he used to give me a ride home from school, and he said, I'm going to audition for this play. I said, all right, we played baseball together and stuff, so I was like, you need to give me a ride home, so yeah, I'll audition for this play. And we just had a really wonderful drama teacher. She was young and energetic, and she had just come into the program and really kind of pushed me in that direction, but in a really great way.
And it felt right. It was right.
That's right.
Talking about the Mandalorian universe, is it pinch me moments every time you step on those sets and you get like immersed into the universe of what it is?
Yeah, they keep on outdoing themselves. It's incredible what they can do with an outdoor location. The level of detail, the best apartments in the world, the volume that they use to create special effects, but really helps believe the reality that is being portrayed. These incredible landscapes and visuals that kind of envelop a very immaculate set. So very little is left to the imagination, really.
Good shot, baby.
I am a girl who loves my island, and the girl who loves the sea. It calls me.
How's your little girl?
She's great here. Lola.
Oh my God. She's beautiful.
Thank you.
She's so pretty.
Thank you so much. She'll soon be an age to watch your films. We'll start with Moana.
Yeah, start there first, yes.
You'd be on this soon.
Well, I just couldn't stop walking until I got here.
What are you thinking about?
I was thinking that we ought to get married.
Great to see you girls and talk about this film that I find quite poetic. Without giving too much away, when did you meet and how much did you discuss what the characters meant to the storyline?
We first met in Toronto a few months ago, so it's been quite an unusual experience that we all obviously had our scenes with Joel, but none of us met together outside of that.
So the discussion about the characters came after you filmed?
Oh no, like the discussion with the character would have came when I was talking with Clint, you know, about whether to do the project or not, and asking questions and to see if, you know, it was a good match. And then, as you were saying, Clint kind of then was very much like letting you be free and then, you know, not overthinking things and very much relaxed was a big part.
This is rough work, gentlemen. Not just on the body. We just cut down trees that have been here for 500 years.
It's a story about so many things. You know, as I said, I found it poetic, I found it sad, I found it simple in the best possible way. It looks so beautiful. What most attracted you to that kind of film that is, you know, you don't see those films that often, and that's what's beautiful about it.
Part of the reason of wanting to do it was seeing the work that Clint and Adolfo had done in Jockey, the film they made before Train Dreams, and they really shoot nature beautifully and light and so much of this film is just shot in natural light, and we'd be up, you know, in the early hours of the morning to get a scene when the sun's coming up, or there's an amazing, on that west coast of America, there's an amazing pink light when the sun goes down, and you get just these beautiful moments. So you're trying to marry the drama, what's happening in the scene, with being reflected in the background, in the environment. And when you get the fusion of that, it's so very special, yeah.
You think that she knows that I'm her daddy?
Deep down, she knows it. Even if she doesn't know she knows it yet.
How much does it change the acting exercise when you are in those surroundings of nature, and when it's kind of a different atmosphere from a movie set or a sound stage?
Well, it was quite interesting navigating Gladys's kind of movements and how we behave now, you know, when we're on our phones, and there's kind of quite a lot of kinetic energy around us, and we have busy minds and busy lives, and we're probably overly multitasking. And then thinking about someone who is for long periods of time on their own, how that affects, you know, the way they move. I felt with her that she's a woman who's grown up on a farm, and she's not overthinking things. She moves with intention, and she's not scared of the outdoors. It's how she survives. So it's always kind of interesting finding those differences from your own life.
In the forest, every least thing's important. It's all threaded together. So you can't tell where one thing ends and another begins.
Do you think bad things that we do follow us through life? I don't know.
Let's talk about working with Joel on this and discussing, you know, what his characters go through emotionally in the arc of the story.
So I'd worked with Joel a long time ago in Australia on a movie, Ned Kelly, so I knew him over the years and wanted to do this movie with him because I knew he was going to do a really great job. And there was an ease, which is kind of written in the script, that she feels like an old friend. So I wanted to do that because of our previous relationship and because I knew he was going to pull it off in a beautiful way.
Yeah, Joel's just one of those actors that other actors always want to work with because of the subtlety of his work and the kind of projects that he does. We'd been kind of circling each other for some time, wanting to find something to do together, and then this came along and it felt like it was the right thing and the right moment to come together.
There must be something for us to learn from that.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
And now we're turning to business news, where I'm joined by Kevin O'Leary. It's Mr. Wonderful himself, the Shark Tank star. He's joining me live from Muskoka in Canada. It's great to have you with us, Kevin. Bitcoin is absolutely surging at the moment. It just hit $123,000. Is Trump now officially the Bitcoin president?
Well, certainly administration has changed the whole tonality on crypto, digital payment system. The recent passing of the Genius Act, basically the old Stablecoin Act, has made this law in the U.S. So the momentum towards crypto and digital payment is completely reversed where it was just 12 months ago. And so this is exactly why you're starting to see both digital payment systems, as in stable coins, and of course risk assets like Bitcoin, well, basically surge. I mean, if you look at Circle stock, and I have to disclose I'm a shareholder from way back in that company, they issued USDC. They obviously were the beneficiary of the passing of the Genius Act, and that stock has gone from when it was issued, I don't know, 5-6 years ago at $10 a share to over 200. And so you start to measure two things about the digital market. One is the actual assets themselves, stable coins, digital payment systems, potential use in foreign countries where there's not a lot of stability in their existing domestic currencies. That's one big market. And then, of course, you've got what's going on in taking on Bitcoin as a position like digital gold, as many people have called it. But in addition to that, we've also seen a surge in all the infrastructure around crypto, AI, data centers, exchanges. If you look at what's happened with Robinhood, who just recently bought WonderFi, one of my companies out of Canada, Coinbase, these are all part of this ecosphere. And then you had this digital executive order Trump put into law yesterday to kind of push forward the idea of more power for all things digital. And I mean, everything about this market since you and I last talked has changed 180 degrees. It is a very, very, very prolific and active sector right now in a way that it's never been before.
And how sustainable is this? Are we expecting another crash at any point?
I don't think it's going to be that way now. Remember, this was considered a rogue asset class only 36 months ago. It's now moved right into the forefront of managers and sovereign wealth funds, et cetera. I think the game changer, the waterfall effect, was to actually get a law passed around something crypto, and that was the Genius Act. It's just a game changer because so many people said this will never get through on a bipartisan basis, and it did. It's law. It's signed into law. And I think the potential for what, this is basically digitizing the American dollar in perpetuity, and it's used already for price discovery on most commodities, oil and gas and gold and timber and everything else. So now you have it in digital form, and it makes payment systems far more efficient, currency trading far more efficient, and gives an option. Let's say you're living in Turkey or in Venezuela or in Chile, and you're not comfortable with, even as an individual, you're not comfortable holding the volatility of your domestic currency. Well, you could get a USDC, a stable coin. Now, it may not pay you interest, but it's certainly more stable because it's backed by short duration U.S. treasuries. And so I think you're going to see a lot of activity. And the companies that are issuing them, if they don't have to pay the treasury yield, which is about 4.1%, 4.2% right now, that's all profit to them. So I really think this is a game changer. And for me, anyways, I've allocated certainly Circle stock. Tether's another way to play it. Although, remember, this new law forces transparency and audit. And so to the extent that you can survive these audits, and I think for me anyways, in my decisions, I'll go with Circle, a domestic U.S. company that's already been scrutinized by the SEC. So there's just so much going on, and I think you're wise to be tracking this because the amount of capital coming into this space is measured in the billions now.
And is it the end of fiat currency as we know it? The future is AI, the future's online. Is this the end of currency as we know it and a move towards cryptocurrency?
I don't think so, and I'll tell you why. It's the same analogy that TV would destroy radio decades ago. It never happened. There's a use case for currency, fiat currencies. The Canadian dollar will probably remain the Canadian dollar of the U.S., dollar mean that exactly that. But just take those two nations. The amount of currency trading between them is trillions. And it's expensive to move the money back and forth. But if you have USDC on both sides of the border, as I'm going to, that's how I'm going to move money. I'm not going to wait for a 3-day Fed wire anymore. It takes too long, or a transfer from the bank. I can do it in a nanosecond from one exchange account to another with full transparency, total compliance with regulators on both sides of the border, and speed and efficiency. That really matters. And so, you know, we're in the first inning here. We're so early. But again, I go back to, it's now law. And that is really a game changer.
A lot of that of it becoming law, they have you to thank. I know that you were at countless times at Congress lobbying them. There's been a lot of speculation about meme coins at the moment. You've got the likes of Krispy Kreme, you've got the likes of GoPro. They're absolutely surging. What's been your thoughts on that?
Well, that's part of what occurred years ago with various platforms like Reddit, et cetera. If the stock is heavily shorted, these kinds of, you know, to me, those are just speculations. They're not investments. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's no different than going to Vegas and putting all your chips on black or red and hoping it works out. Sometimes it's entertainment for these investors. But, you know, I tend to work more in the field of strategic investing. And that meme coins are part of that. They're too volatile in terms of price discovery. But I think, you know, some people use them as a froth index. The idea that when you start to see this kind of activity, it signals a top in equities. And I'm not sure that's correct. I think it's more policy-driven excitement that's occurring right now. And because of this change in policy and the support of a new digital economy, a lot of trade policy also, obviously, tariffs are coming and being more understood. All of this is coming together at the same time. So here we are at the indices at all-time highs or close to them. And I think that for investors, many have been caught offside. They don't have enough exposure to some of these categories. But I don't think meme coins is a way to catch up. Just high, it's so risky. I mean, you can have volatility of 20, 30% in a morning trading session. That's Las Vegas to me.
And even some of the coins, have you ever bought a Doge coin, for example?
You know, it's funny you bring that up. I've had a little Doge in my portfolio for years now, but it's not one of my major positions. I tend to have Ethereum. You know, I mean, I'm looking at my larger positions. Actually, this morning we did a mark-to-market because our crypto holdings are actually close to 20% of the portfolio, which is a full allocation sectorally. But it's HBAR, one of our big positions, because we see a big use case for supply chain management with that, Ethereum, Bitcoin. Algorand, I mean, it's Avalanche. I mean, these are just some of the positions. And, you know, we have a portfolio approach, but in my case, I always ask, what is the use case of this? Doge there's no use case for Dogecoin. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's not a major holding. It's probably a fraction of half of 1%.
And we're going to turn back to President Trump and his favorite word, which is tariffs, as I'm sure you're well aware. The EU and the US have agreed, or they're on the cusp of agreeing, a 15% tariff. What's your take on that? So
I think here's the way I look at it, and I've come to believe this is the way the market's looking at it. These trade deals, as they get announced and they get hyped and then they come to reality. Go back to one of Trump's major issues 6 months ago when he started his current term. He talked a lot about value-added taxes in various countries, whether it be Switzerland, England, the EU, Canada, other countries. You know, when you go over and buy an American product in Europe, I don't care what it is, they slap on a value-added tax, a VAT tax. So let's just take a country where it has a lot, that's, it's contiguous to the U.S., Canada. Their VAT tax is 13% in a province like Ontario. It's a combination of a federal 5 plus 7 for the province. Alberta, a very energy-rich province, which has been in the news lately because they've already cut a deal on tariffs, they're at 5% VAT tax. So the blended rate for Canada is just under 12%. And so if you're Trump, you're saying to yourself, well, wait a second, my products go up there and they slap on this tax and the government keeps it. I'm going to do the same thing, except he doesn't call his a consumption tax. He doesn't call his a VAT tax. He calls it a tariff because he can't get a consumption tax through Congress, but he successfully got through tariffs. So my anticipation about where we end up in these trade deals, whether it's Japan, Indonesia, India, EU, Canada, is reciprocal to VAT. So if you're slapping on 13% in Canada, look for a 10 to 13%, or maybe as high as 15 reciprocal tax. And that makes some kind of sense if you think about it. And the market can live with that because you just saw GM report its numbers 2 days ago, and they said, look, our margins are down 45% specifically to tariffs on automotive parts and steel and whatever. But we think as a company, we can eat a third of that. We can pass a third of it on to the consumer, and we can pass, we can actually solve for a third of it through AI productivity in supply chain management. So supply chain management. And so now the market's buying into that. They're saying, okay, that makes sense. And that's tolerable. And that's why you've seen that the indices, even though the GM stock's down maybe 6 or 7%, on a show-me basis, but sector by sector, if that's where we end up with these reciprocal tariffs based on VAT, because the Canadians are not going to eliminate their VAT taxes. It's too much of what the government's revenue is. So they're going to pay for it in the sense of a reciprocal tariff in the U.S., and that'll get resolved over time. The rest of the actual deals, so what the headlines are is the reciprocal percentage tax. But the deals themselves could take 2 years to paper. But the market doesn't give a damn about that. They just want to know, what's the headline? Is it 15% for Japan? Is it 13% to Canada? Is it 10% for the EU? And within these deals are certain areas where there's a variance because, for example, if the U.S. is importing a rare earth they can't manufacture themselves, it makes no sense to tariff it. So you're going to start to see exceptions like that in the fine-tuning of these deals. And again, the market has absorbed it and is comfortable with it and understands it. And so to that extent, this policy has been successful, at least so far. Now, will it show up in inflation? Maybe. And that's why the Fed has remained hawkish and they haven't given what Trump wants. Fed cuts, even though he's been jawboning it. But they have reason to be concerned because it was very clear that, for a long period of time, I don't think General Motors can absorb the full hit, and it's going to push the cost into the market. To what extent that fuels inflation, yet to be seen. So all of these are being absorbed.
And speaking of General Motors, as you just did, if we're speaking about the auto industry, we can't ignore China. Their EVs are booming around the world. How can the legacy... the manufacturers, like you've got Ford in the US, you've got all of the European at BMW, at the Mercedes. How can they cope and how can they fight back?
Well, reciprocal tariffs are going to be used, not just in the US. I mean, there's a bigger narrative going on with China. We have all these deals going on with most of, call them 18 large trading partners with the US, but China's an exception. It's a different basket. There's issues around IP theft, access to markets, complying with the World Trade Organization, resolving trade disputes, the TikTok thing that's unresolved as well. I mean, there's so many moving parts with China. And part of it is this whole thing around EVs, because if they're using predatory pricing to gain share in the U.S. or in Europe, which they may be, there's going to be a pushback. But I think China wants to come into the world as a true compliant trading partner over time. And I think that's going to be reflected in whatever the China-U.S. deal is that's being negotiated now. And I think it'll be kind of worked out before the midterms. But you just saw the numbers coming out of Tesla. Their basic EV business it looks like they lost some share there, but they have so much potential in robo-taxis and robots themselves and other technology. The market didn't punish them too much, and no one, I believe, should ever count Elon Musk out. The guy has incredible executional skills. So if you just looked at what they've been announcing around robo-taxis and what they think they can do in terms of just unit sales in the next 24 months, I mean, it's extraordinary if even they're half right. And so, and we've seen, if you go to Los Angeles now, as I was just a couple of weeks ago shooting Shark Tank, there's plenty of robo-taxis. I pulled up to a light on the way to the studio, and 3 of them were beside me, driverless, 2 with passengers, 1 empty. And I said to my driver, my human driver, what is that? And he said, oh, these things are all over the place. So it's being adopted in cities. Obviously, they don't have a big winter in Los Angeles, so that makes more sense there. But I think in the South, Southwest, Florida, these things are going to become commonplace, and a whole new, market emerges. And the beneficiary looks like it may be Tesla.
And speaking of Elon Musk, it was the great and late Charlie Munger who said, beware of ever underestimating Elon Musk. How true is that?
Well, I'm on the record. I think he has extraordinary skills. He's controversial. I've met and worked with some of the people that he employs. They are extraordinary individuals. I mean, his teams are talk about a company. If you think about the aggregate of what he does, it could be SpaceX, or it could be robotics, it could be Tesla, it could be Starlink. But when you meet the executives in these companies, you start to understand his philosophy. They set goals, and normally as you scale and you become a larger company, you get a bureaucracy that tends to slow down decision-making or executional timelines. That doesn't happen in Musk companies, and it's very difficult for others who work with them to understand how they work. And yet they've done it successfully. A lot of it has to do with what I call the signal-to-noise ratio. And I learned this from Steve Jobs back in the early 90s. Because I made a lot of his educational software for his platforms on the Mac in schools, 110,000 school buildings. He was 80% of his day was focused on getting 3 to 4 things done in that 18-hour cycle, and anything else was noise. And he commanded for his suppliers an 80 to 20 signal-to-noise ratio. You get a mandate, you get it done. You move on to the next day, you get the mandate done. That's how he got stuff done, 80-20. I believe Elon Musk is 100% signal. I think he tolerates zero noise, and it makes it very uncomfortable, socially uncomfortable. You obviously saw what happened with Trump, or is happening with Trump. I happen to believe that these two should work their problems out. They're too important to each other, but that's an opinion of mine. I just think I've never seen an entrepreneur like him, and I'm a huge advocate. And obviously, to the extent that my companies can do business with his, I would love that. He's just remarkable because, I mean, it's measurable execution. It's not a social debate. It's either he gets it done or he doesn't. It's measurable. It's black or white. It's binary. He gets it done. The rest is noise.
To just turn back to China as well, we've heard in the news that $1 billion worth of NVIDIA chips have been smuggled into China after the US, obviously it put out those export orders that they were not allowed to enter the Chinese market. How has that, I mean, it set the cat amongst the pigeons, hasn't it?
Yeah, but that narrative isn't important today as it maybe was 24 hours ago because of the executive order Trump has signed. He's come to the conclusion, and I think he's been convinced by NVIDIA management, and I think it's the right decision, that he doesn't want Huawei to take over the tech stack in countries where NVIDIA chips are not permitted to ship. So that would be a mistake because NVIDIA is not just a firmware chip company, it's a software company. And so you want all of the engineers around the world to be using American tech, the American tech stack, to be writing AI with American technology. Otherwise, they're going to use Huawei. They have no choice. And then you have the Chinese, which are not that far behind in the U.S. I mean, you think about the three countries that are leading the charge in investing in AI. Number one is the U.S., number two is China, number three is the UAE, where you are right now. And they've come up very quickly. And of course, the UAE, obviously, in the last couple of months has again endorsed using NVIDIA and the American tech stack. And you know, some of the stuff that I do with my companies is done in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. And there's a reason for it. They're very advanced. They're very efficient. It's very productive. And I think it's important that we understand that you want NVIDIA as the tech stack if you want to compete against the Chinese. I mean, we are in an AI war, an economic war, hopefully not a military war with the Chinese. We're certainly the country that has the most advanced AI is going to win wars in the future, just in terms of robotics control. And you could see how that worked recently in this Iran situation, where much of that attack was done basically digitally. And using technology from satellites and everything else, very few boots on the ground. That's the future of warfare.
And in terms of investment, Saudi Arabia, $600 billion in American stocks over the future as well, investment into America, especially in AI. How significant is that?
Well, I think what the administration in the U.S. is trying to do is open up the markets for investment within the U.S. Obviously, that's one of the mandates that Trump put out there, and now he's trying to execute on. Everybody understands that. But even before that, if you look at sovereign wealth and institutional investment mandates, more than 50 cents on the dollar is invested in the U.S. for a whole host of reasons. Large market, obviously, 11 different sectors, rule of law, appellate courts, transparency, the regulator, the policy there. It gives comfort for at least, over 50% of most portfolios to be invested in the U.S., whether it be private equity. Right now, there's billions in fund flows going into AI data centers, and they are very complex investments because they require multiple aspects to be in alignment, not only the land, but the permits and the water for cooling and the fiber. And the location has to be near pools of highly trained individuals. And above all, affordable power, which has really been a huge issue. And what we saw yesterday with Trump's executive order was really to unleash every form of power possible, because you can't build a gigawatt data center beside a population and take it off the grid, because their utility bills on electricity are going to go up 15, 20, 30% overnight. And so there's a lack of power in the U.S., and the administration's trying to fix that. And there's a lot of talk of small nukes and all that, but that's 15 years away. It looks like the solution's going to be nat gas. So converting stranded nat gas through turbines into electricity looks like it will solve for the immediate need of AI data centers. And remarkably, and I expect to see some of this in the policy that's worked out with Canada, in North America, the cheapest energy is actually in Canada, because they have the largest amount of stranded natural gas, hydropower, than any other jurisdiction. And so I tend to think some of the trade deals are going to involve power coming either into the eastern seaboard or from Alberta, which has 6 times, that one location has 6x the stranded gas of the entire United States. So, and oil as well. So those deals are being worked out, and I think this will be part of the long-term trade negotiation between those two geographies.
It's definitely one to watch. I just have time for one brief last question. So the last time you were on, it's something that went viral online. People absolutely love it. They love to see what's on your wrist. So I have to ask you again, Kevin, what's on your wrist today?
Well, I'm wearing a Piece Unique Moser, and I'm going to take it up to the camera and get you a good shot of it, because it's made of stone. This is jade, a dark jade and a turquoise jade. Let's just have a look if I can get this in focus. Yeah, I think so. Look at that. Isn't that spectacular?
It's
and
stunning.
I paired it today It's unbelievable. You can tell that's a Moser. It's just beautiful. And I paired it today with a Siddiqui, also stone dial. And you can see the similarity there. And so this is tantalum, this metal, the Siddiqui, and this is steel, but they pair beautifully. And I'm a huge Siddiqui fan, and I'll tell you why I wear Siddiqui every time you and I are talking. First of all, I want to honor the region, no question about that. But also, Siddiqui's a unique entity in terms of their support of up-and-coming watchmakers. And you'll see a lot of this in November this year at Watch Week. Hind, the daughter, kind of runs that. And I will be there, and I'm really looking forward to it. And a little sneak peek, I'm working with Siddiqui to make a piece unique, Mr. Wonderful. And of course, it will be tantalum, but it will have a red dial made of stone. There'll only be one of them in the world, and I'm extremely excited about it. Little sneak there. We will see it Watch Week, I believe, and I'm honored, absolutely honored, because we have amazing watchmakers. There are thousands of employees at Siddiqui. Siddiqui is, there's nothing like Siddiqui in the world, because it's not just a watch dealer. It's the support of the watch industry in the region, but also incredible watchmakers, so they can actually make a watch like that, the unique Mr. Wonderful, and you can be guaranteed there'll be red elements to it. So that's my sneak peek, and I say to all of my friends that at Siddiqui, hello. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon, my friends. Take care.
As if your watch collection already, Kevin, wasn't the best in the world, it's certainly going to improve again. Kevin O'Leary, the star of Shark Tank at the USA and investor, thanks so much for your time.
Take care.
Thanks so much, Kevin.
You got it. Thanks a lot. Ciao.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the old town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma Ez Zaytouna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.